Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over and danced to it.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick are all here in some form or fashion, it seems.
Are we?
Hi. There they are.
Just making sure.
We're here. Look at that.
It's kind of hard to see. Yeah. I'm sorry. Nick doesn't have a camera right now.
Now, John, why aren't you wearing your cool sunglasses that you look like you're going to go skiing in?
He looks like a bug. Yeah, we're Slopes John.
Yeah, what do you mean, slopes? What are you talking about?
Those are ski goggle glasses.
These are the Oakleys that we got a couple of years ago from the College World Series.
What about the ones that we got this year from the College World Series?
Well, these are the ones that occupy. See, I have my working glasses. Those are the ones we got several years ago. The Under Armour ones. Those are my working sunglasses, my gas mowing sunglasses. Then I have the ones you're talking about, the new ones that we just got. Those are the go out about town sunglasses.
The ski goggles.
These are the ones that stay in the car. So
you got your car sunglasses.
These are my car sunglasses. So instead of bringing another pair of sunglasses,
not a bad idea,
because the car is over there somewhere.
It's like how chargers work. You know, you got a car charger, you got a house charger, you got a going out charger.
I now have enough sunglasses where I can now designate, where the sunglasses go and what they're used for.
I have a great picture of you in those very sunglasses that I'm trying to track down right now. Yes.
When would I have had these on last?
You look very funny in them. You were wearing them at one of the College World Series games. This must have been at least last year, maybe 2 years ago.
All right, it's possible. I don't like to take these out of the car, because
you're worried about forgetting them somewhere.
Then
they're not car sunglasses anymore.
Then they're not car sunglasses. Then I'm like, oh my God, I don't have sunglasses in the car.
My girlfriend has been storing some of her sunglasses in my truck.
Oh,
I have my sunglasses compartment, and I keep these in my truck. Serious. She just keeps sunglasses in there. It's like leaving a toothbrush at someone's house.
Oh,
it is like that.
It is. It's very important. Those are very important things. But hey.
I am not an appreciator of more stuff. Every time I get too much stuff in my car, I want to just throw away my car and get a new one.
The whole car?
Yeah, just
throw away the whole car.
Yeah, that's the only.
But
thing
if you get a new car, then that's you getting more stuff.
Yeah, but I would get rid of the other car. I would just,
a car is stuff.
I would do it like the, like the car that Clark Griswold had before the family truckster. Just crunch it up.
Of course, yeah.
Take it to the autos. Family truckster.
Man, think about the lucky bastard who's getting Connor's old car. Oh, look at all this stuff.
There's a backpack in here. Look at this. This is great.
Yeah,
look at all these chargers.
There's a lot of chargers in here. Here's a pair of reading glasses.
Okay.
Oh, here's some beard dropping.
All right, so now that we've got
have reading glasses.
No. Well, I need them because I'm one of the world's best seers, but I understand the joke that you were trying to make, Nick, and it's not that funny. I do read, okay? I read things. Okay, so we should explain why these people are in the places that they're in.
And not with Connor where Connor is.
Yes.
You got me, Connor.
You have Joey Happer.
I got Joey. And I'll have Joey tomorrow on Big Red Overreaction.
Can't wait.
Which is a great show. Okay, John.
Connor, it's such a nice day out here. Maybe you and Nick ought to consider coming here for Big Red Overreaction.
Interesting.
That's an idea.
What an idea.
Would there be other people there tomorrow, John, do you think?
What do you mean, other people?
People watching Big Red Overreaction. You think
I'm
people
sure.
would be there to watch?
Yes.
Sure.
Definitely.
More people than do you think will watch the show between the hours of 2 and 5 today?
Possibly.
Maybe.
That's
cool.
Possibly. Oh, yeah. Oh, certainly.
Anyway.
Why are you the way you are, John?
Why am I the way I am?
Yes,
I don't
John.
know. Ask my mom. No, we're at the Liberty First Credit Union Arena. We're outside, obviously, and we're here for Roasting Days.
Roasting Days
in the beer garden.
Yes,
that's fun.
Though I'm a little disappointed. There's not much greenery in the beer garden. When I think of a garden, I think of a lot of greenery, flowers and
shrubs. I told you off the air they haven't harvested the beer yet.
Harvested?
It's a terrible, terrible joke. But yes, we're at Ralston Days. There will be opening later today, and open throughout the weekend with the carnival rides are over there.
I see 2 Ferris wheels if you want to
Whoa.
get in on those, Happer.
Got the food trucks getting poised and ready to serve food later this weekend. And then we're here where the beer's going to be. And there's some TVs here as well. So it's all set up for you later today and this weekend. All weekend, roasting days, and it's free.
I am a huge fan of Ferris wheels, as we know.
You overcame your fear over the College World Series.
Yes,
You love them now.
I rode that Ferris wheel 100%.
This Ferris wheel, close to the one that you were riding in Vegas.
In Vegas?
Yeah, in
Oh.
that it has buckets and it goes in a circle.
Okay.
So
So
it's legally a Ferris wheel.
It is a
gotcha.
Ferris wheel.
That's
It's a Ferris
good.
wheel.
That's good.
All right.
Glad it is.
But that's why we're here, and Josh isn't.
Now, why is Josh where he is?
So I'm in Chicago because tomorrow I'm going to be a spotter for the Big Ten Network for Northwestern and Miami of Ohio.
But you don't look like that room that you're in doesn't look like Chicago.
Yeah,
It's just
It's a room in Chicago. I'm at my brother and his wife's condo. They allowed me to infiltrate their office from home. And so I'm hanging out in my sister-in-law's office right now, doing the Grum while she's out doing work in the living room. So very nice. Thank you very much to the Petersons.
Thank you, Petersons.
Yeah, very nice of my brother and sister-in-law. They bought me lunch. I'm having a great day. I just ate Jersey Mike's. I'm having a lovely day.
Wow,
Wait
you
a
didn't get
minute,
like
you go to
Portillo's?
Chicago to get Jersey Mike's?
No, That's like I going didn't to go Vegas. to Chicago to get Jersey Mike's. They were like, hey, we should get some food. And they were like, let's just get Jersey Mike's because it's a half block away and it's 1:30 and you're going to be on the air soon.
All this great Chicago food, you could have gotten an Al's Italian.
Yeah, you
beef.
should have got a Big Al's. Get him a beef.
I've been busy. It took like 40 minutes to taxi. Landing to getting off the plane was 40 minutes this morning.
You got to take the train, public transportation.
No, I'm talking about Happer. I'm talking about landing and then the plane driving to the airport took 40 minutes.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
Which airport?
O'Hare. I flew United today.
That's a bad airport.
Yeah, that's not great.
It's a bad airport. By the way, here's a picture I have of John in those sunglasses.
Let me see. Oh, yeah, there they are. That's right. Yeah, that was last year, I believe.
I think it was, it was 2022, according to my files.
Well,
or no,
let's see.
2023.
Look at the
There's
look at the
LSU.
fans in the back. It's LSU.
Yeah.
Okay, it's last year.
Oh, is Gary out there somewhere with the microphone? And
Probably. No, this
Libby?
must have been during the
No,
finals.
That was during
okay.
the finals.
okay, my bad.
'Cause we're
Oh, yeah,
behind-
because that's when John is on the sidelines.
Yeah, that's behind home plate in that little well there, right? I mean, best seats in the house.
Anyway, people on the YouTube can't believe that Josh went to Chicago just to get Jersey Mike's.
That's not why I went to Chicago. I'm in Chicago and then got to have Jersey Mike's.
Oh, you got to have Jersey
It
Mike's.
was very tasty.
You sound like you're being rewarded.
You know,
It was
we
very
have
tasty.
it here, right, Josh? Yes, again, guys. It was time to do the radio show, and I just finished my run, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to eat?" And I said yes, and they decided, and Jersey Mike's it was.
I can't wait till Josh gets to try the new Irish restaurant there in Chicago called McDonald's.
This is not like Nick. Do not compare me to Nick Grimm in Las
Yeah.
Vegas.
You went to
some
a
regional Mexican food.
You went to a great
Taco Bell.
new big city, and you're like, let's do Jersey Mike's, please.
Unreal.
I've been dying
Unreal.
for
The
this.
sipification of Josh.
We are going somewhere local tonight. I don't know where we're going, but it is local, and I will be sure to let you both know where it is.
Oh,
And
it's
I'll
at
say, look how local this place is.
It's a nice little cafe named for a little girl. It's called Wendy's. It'll be fantastic.
Wow. Wait, am I a food snob? Stib says for such a food snob, can't believe you got Jersey Mike's in the best food city.
Here's
I'm not
the
a
interesting
food
thing.
snob.
You might
love
not be
going to local places.
I don't think
all
you're a
the
food
time.
snob because
Support local.
your palate would not say that you're a food snob. But,
No, it would not.
but you are a planner of things.
That is true. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't have this planned out like several weeks ago. All right, when I get to Chicago, it's going to take 45 minutes of taxi.
100%.
And then I'm
I
going
didn't
to
know.
drive, and we're going to go to the place, and we're going to go to Giordano's.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what I feel like I've let everybody down. I feel like I'm not the person you all thought that I was.
Well, you have. Don't worry.
Wow.
I don't think Josh would eat a deep dish pizza anyway.
Yeah, I would. Overrated, but I'd eat it.
Deep dish is overrated.
It
I
is
agree.
not overrated.
It is.
It's
That is
good. It's
terrible.
what it is.
Oh,
It's
It's
good.
a casserole. It's not a pizza.
Of course it's
So?
a casserole. It's good.
It's good.
Don't
It's
call
got
it
the
pizza.
same ingredients as normal pizza, but more of them.
I'm not a fork and knife person when it comes to pizza.
Well,
why? That's just why.
But
It's
he's
good
just not a
food.
fork
Eat
and
it.
knife person, period. I mean,
Pizza should be a hand food. If I can't hold it in my hand.
Okay,
like
what
a
if I
burger.
told you, Nick,
can't
that it
comfortably
wasn't
hold a
pizza?
burger.
What if I told you it wasn't pizza? It is pie or it's casserole. Then would you eat it?
Actually, you know what? You got me. You might have got me there.
there it is.
That argument is so weird to me. It's like, oh, it's not pizza. Okay, fine, it's not pizza. It's still good.
It's still delicious.
Yeah.
You know?
So yeah, Nick, is this just about the definition of it? If it was called like pizza casserole, would you think it's better food?
I might. I don't know. Can it be a casserole without noodle? No, casserole doesn't need noodles, I guess.
Casserole doesn't mean.
Casserole's a casserole.
Yeah.
I saw someone calling lasagna a noodle pizza.
Sure.
Sure.
Could be something.
Why not?
Got these random names.
Anyway.
Okay.
Is
Anyway.
it hot outside today, John? How's the temperature?
Oh, it's actually not bad. The humidity's not that bad today.
That's
so
good.
we're under the tent. So see, it's perfect. It's perfect weather for roasting days.
Roasting days.
And for all the rescheduled high school football games.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
Pushed back from yesterday.
Maybe I'll get Jersey Mike's after this show, Josh.
There you
And-
go.
All the way to Chicago for Jersey Mike's?
Yeah, but I have to go to Chicago, though.
I just want you guys to know that when you're saying all of these things, you're making fun of my brother and sister-in-law right now. You're not making fun of me. So just think about that a little bit.
I feel
Why
bad
don't
for
you?
them because you go to their place, you invade their space, you take your sister-in-law's office, and you
Yes.
make them get you Jersey Mike's.
I didn't make them do anything. We were discussing lunch, and that's what they decided on. And I said, thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
They bought it for you?
Yeah, it was very nice of them.
Wow, that is nice.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, well.
I have to go to a Creighton volleyball game tonight. Go Jays!
Are you announcing it?
I am MC, man. Have you heard this? I'm new Creighton volleyball's hype man.
Oh, you're really good at hyping, man.
Nick has seen me hype things over the last 48 hours.
I have.
Yeah. So he's a firsthand testament to these things.
Is today the NC State? That NC State?
Yes, they there's a
good
game
match.
before it, and then they have their game.
Fantastic.
It's the Blue Jay Invitational or something.
That is correct. Well, what did we all take away from yesterday?
Oh, Colorado, soft, but we already knew that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Hey,
know
what did Josh say to you off the air earlier today? What were his various excuses for? Oh, well, it was a tough game, and they're a little physical, and I mean, they still won the football game. What were his excuses?
He did come into the room.
Oh yeah.
And I asked him a variety of questions, like, "How do you feel? And he explained to me how he was going to wait until the number for the Nebraska game got so much higher than it is right now, and then it was time to pounce. So, as we know, Josh will never leave the cult of Prime. He will never leave. You can't tell him anything is wrong with the program. But I don't know. He seemed underneath his words, which don't seem to make a lot of sense right now. It did seem like he was a little scared. I will say that. That was just my vibe. I don't think he'd tell you that, but he seemed a little worried.
Yeah.
Well, he should. I mean, the line didn't
Garbage.
very well. Better than last year, but that's not saying much. I will. You know what I will do? I will give Colorado some credit. I thought it was starting to look like a track meet, and they were able to stop the run in the second half, and that's how they were able to get momentum. And once they did that, they were in better shape. So I give them credit for that. But yeah, there's definitely some things that are still very reminiscent of last year's Colorado. Shador is every bit what he was last year. I thought he even had more escapability
Yeah.
than he did last year. I mean, he escaped from a lot. There was only the one sack, but there probably should have been about 5.
It's a lack of discipline that really is interesting that is carried over. I mean, they committed many personal. Well, I don't know how many personal fouls they actually had in that game, but they committed a lot more than they got.
They only got flagged for 1.
Yeah, they committed a lot more than they got.
But Shiloh is probably good for about 4.
Indeed. So, And then throwing obviously that pass on first down when you could have just, milked the game away is absolutely insane. Did you guys listen to Coach Prime's press conference after the game?
No, but I heard you talking about this on your show today. So his excuse was that this was Shadur's decision to do this, that he has the ability to audible into something.
Well, he said he started it off by saying, here's what you have to understand. Shadur is such a great guy. He's such a good person that he really wanted his teammate, who doesn't get a lot of shine all the time, to get some yards. And he felt like that was the situation to do it. And he unilaterally threw that pass. And Deion didn't seem to have much problem with it, by the way. He really did.
Do you buy that, Abe? Do you buy that as an excuse? Because I'm with Matt DeMarinis that I think they were trying to cover. I really think that they were trying to score another touchdown and win by 2 scores.
That's what I thought last night, but I mean, that guy is insane. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure.
What would be better? What would be like better or worse for them to try to cover, or for the reason that Prime gave?
I think it's
tougher look
to say the reason that Prime gave, because if that was in any effort to try to cover, that is gross coaching and game management malpractice of the nth degree. They literally would have won the game without NDSU touching the football if they would have run on first down. Because when the punt happened, there was less than 40 seconds left. The game literally would have been over if they would have run the ball. So it's probably, honestly, and maybe Prime is kind of throwing his son under the bus to, cover up for a terrible decision.
I don't know.
That's much better than saying, "Oh no, we were trying to cover."
Well, if you're trying to cover, that also implies that there's
You're
a reason
gambling.
that you're trying to get it to cover.
That's another reason.
Which is not good.
I mean, literally, the game was won. The game was won. You run on first down, game's over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
I even know that.
Good take, Nick.
Yeah.
Also,
Nick
I just want it
that.
to be known, I made an effort last night to try to watch the game. I even asked my mom for her Dish Network login so I could try to watch it.
How'd that go?
She didn't have it anywhere. She had to go find it.
Sad.
She didn't find it in time.
It was a great game. It was super fun. I had a
It was,
blast.
it was a fun game to watch.
First half especially. First half was awesome. You had really fun moments. You had them Colorado running it every play on that one drive and going for it on fourth down and getting stuffed. Like it was really, really interesting early on. Really.
I saw your tweet about that where you're like, why are they just running now?
Yeah, seriously. Their first 2 drives, they're throwing the ball all over them. I couldn't believe that they ran the ball so much on that third drive. It was baffling to me.
Well, those were the props that they were trying to.
Good call. How about this?
Every decision they seem to make is for reasons that aren't really about winning the football game. It's kind of about yeah, this sounds like a good idea, or we could get somebody some stats here. That's the way that Deion sounds in his post-game press conferences too. I mean, it's really amazing. He has such a different viewpoint on football than any other coach in college football has, or really any other person that approaches football has. It's amazing to look at and think about.
Well, he did play baseball. Maybe he just likes stats. He's a stats guy.
There you go. He played baseball, so he wants it to be there to be stats.
I think sometimes you can try so hard to be different that you can't see the forest for the trees. I mean, if that, going off your theory there, Connor, about Coach Prime, because yes, he is very different. He does do things but there are certain things that are constants and always forever in terms of do's and don'ts in winning football games. And that scenario at the end of the game was an obvious black and white do, don't. And they did the don't, and it almost cost them. The other thing almost cost them was the extra time that came off the clock on the last drive. If that clock would have been operated traditionally, they would have had one more play.
Yeah.
After the Hail Mary. Because you would have been able to get down. The clock would have stopped on the first down. Now, you would have had to go down the field and ground it, but you would have had time to run one more play from the 4-yard line.
Yeah, they screwed it up. The refs screwed it up. I mean, it was bad. I have a question for you, John. What would you have said after they threw the first down pass incomplete if you were broadcasting that game for ESPN?
Great question.
You have said?
I would have said, what are they doing?
I think any normal person would have been very confused.
Why are they throwing the ball?
It seemed as if Mark Jones was very prepared for that to happen.
Yeah, he really was. He was so nonchalant about it. Oh, yep. They throw it on first down, incomplete. And hey, you know what we haven't talked about, and I don't think they talked about last night, obviously, because it was a horrible announcing crew. They pass it on third down, and the ball's almost tipped. There's a very real world where NDSU gets the ball with so much time remaining in the fourth quarter. So much time remaining in the fourth quarter.
Didn't they pass it on second down too, just out to the flat?
Yes. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. I'm mixing up one of them, but they definitely had one after the first down.
I think they ran it on third.
Okay, it was the second down play then. Yeah, my bad.
There are a lot of, and Gus Johnson's one of them, but there are so many broadcasters that are caught in the prime vortex.
Oh yeah.
Where it's all about, and listen, I'm not faulting anybody. I'm certainly not faulting Prime. He's one of them. He was in the media, and everyone, you could tell last year how everyone fawns over him on the pregame shows and all of that other stuff. That hey, he's one of the pros, man. He's one of us, and he's cool, and he's the guy we want to be around. And I think some of them, first of all, they're hypnotized by that. But then I also think some are gun shy based on how he has reacted negatively.
Yes.
People who don't kiss his rear end, that they are reticent to question anything. I mean, I'm trying to think back, and not that I saw every Colorado game last year, but I'm just trying to think back to a moment where either it was a play-by-play guy or especially an analyst who questioned, hey, why did they do this? Or why are they doing that? I mean, did it happen last year?
I don't know.
It certainly didn't.
I remember, yeah.
Night, and there were enough opportunities to say, yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, even like with Shiloh and the late hits, I
totally glossed over.
I could almost sense when they went to the rules analyst and is it Austin, the rules analyst for ESPN, and he said, "Yeah, that's a pretty good call." I could almost hear them audibly gasp in the booth. Oh my God, don't say that. I thought it was a pretty good play. And I try not to be that. I try not to be oversensitive to those things because we tend to be oversensitive about what announcers sensitive to it because I'm one of those guys. But I can't help but listen to these broadcasts of Colorado games and not think, man, these guys are just caught up in the aura of Prime. And I get it. That's the story. There's a lot of exciting things happening there. But at the end of the day, you still have to broadcast a football game and analyze a football game. And there are some obvious things in analysis that just get glossed over. And Connor, those last couple of minutes, there was a lot of things you could have said, man, what's going on here?
John, you know what I think it is? I think you hit on a couple things. I think that it is there's definitely an element of not wanting to criticize because we've all seen what happens when you criticize Colorado and Deion Sanders right now. So I think part of it's that. I think part of it is the vortex of fame. He has that, and if you're, calling the Deion Sanders games, you're going to get millions of viewers, and last night is going to be, more of that. But I think a large portion of it, too, is this, in the Sipple Open there's that line of he's a blogger now and a nonner, too. And that's a running joke going back to something Sip used to write about how we, since we didn't play, are nonners. And then there's people inside of the sport that actually know what they're talking about. I think that there is a doubt from the announcers viewing the rest of the public of like, look, we don't know what we're doing because we're not a Hall of Famer. We're not the coach. And so they give him deference, even though it's okay to criticize somebody in a position of power, whether it's a politician all the way down to a quarterback on a football game, because we can tell when something is bad. You don't have to be a head coach to know that what Colorado did on the first down play was idiotic.
You don't have to be 7 years old to know that.
Correct. And so I think that there is a large portion of all of those things mixed into one, and that's why they treat him with such reverence.
Yeah, I hope not. You might be right. It does lead back to because what Sanders does in his postgame press conferences is like if somebody were he didn't do this last night, but if somebody were to be like, hey, what happened on that play call? Hey, did you play? Do you 100%, think
100%?
That's a really there's almost nothing you could do about that in that scenario. It's like I'm not ready to have this whole conversation right now, Coach. Like, can you just answer the question, please? Like, no, I didn't play, but I know that was bad. You know
Exactly.
that, and you have to play that whole thing out.
Exactly.
That's stupid, and people don't want to go through that. Like, so yeah, it's not a comfortable scenario to be in to ask the guy questions. That's for sure.
Well, all I know is next week's going to be nutso.
Oh my gosh!
I
think that we only have 4 days next week.
There for the pregame show.
I guess we have a 5th day because we're doing the pregame show. Otherwise, we only have 4 shows next week.
Yeah, we got time. We got time. Trust me, we don't want too much time. Sorry, Shador, this isn't like a real Super Bowl where you get 2 weeks between games.
Nice.
Just going to be a few days.
Nice.
So.
I cannot wait. Oh my god. The only missing puzzle piece is for Nebraska to just look normal on Saturday. Just normal. One normal game and
One
then
order of normal football, please.
Please, along with a side of onion rings. And that's all.
Oh, yes, please.
Rings and football things.
Rings and football things. That's all I request. Normal game, and then we come back on Tuesday and we're ready to roll. Oh,
sorry, sir. Normal game machine broke.
Uh-oh. What do you have left? Just abnormal stuff?
Uh-oh.
Oh, some of the weird stuff, too.
Oh, no. That's not good. That's not good at all. No abnormal stuff on Saturday. I don't know what abnormal is anymore because I feel like everything that happens to Nebraska football seems to be abnormal, but none of that. Just normal. Normal game on Saturday.
Not a bad idea,
All right.
Happer.
Not a bad idea at all. Well, Hap, you and Nick get to do the overreaction tomorrow. I look forward to that.
Indeed.
And, of course, you'll be able to hear it on not only the Zone, but 101.9 The Keg.
Yes.
Or if you're coming to Ralston Days, just put it on your phone.
Just walk up to the booth because they'll be there, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Big Red overreaction from Ralston Days.
How cool would that be? How cool would that be?
It would be cool. It would be very cool. It'd be very cool.
Well, tune in tomorrow to find out if they actually pull
It's just so hard, with the callers and
Hey, our phone lines are great though.
Joey
They are
told
great.
me that he really likes it here. So
Nice and cool.
yeah. Thank you, Joey.
Well, no worries. Joey will be there no matter what happens.
Well, Joey liked us to be here. He
wants to hang out with you and Nick?
He gets lonely sometimes in the room by himself.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Does
you,
that mean
Joey.
you're just going to hang out during our show today and just keep Joey company? Because after we're done here, you're all by yourself.
Play a game of Battleship or
Yep,
something.
I'll
with
just
Joey.
be around. Yep,
Some cards.
Yep. Indeed. Thank you,
Will.
Joey. That's very nice of you.
I got
work,
some
Joey.
cards at home. It's got some Middle East.
Joey,
deck
I see
cards.
Joey this morning. First thing he says is, Packers are wearing their green jerseys in the Brazil game.
Yep.
Joey's worried about some devilry coming down upon his football team a week
We're
from
down there
today.
to commit war crimes.
I look forward to the riots.
They don't like love.
Stibbs writes, I miss Joey.
Well, you wouldn't miss Joey today with their wearing that shirt. He stands out, baby.
Just a reminder who Josh is rooting for next Friday.
Hey, go Packers. Go Packers.
He does hate the Eagles, Josh does.
Go Pack, go.
People forget.
Okay, well, you guys have a great weekend.
You too, Hap. Have a great show tomorrow.
Josh, enjoy your weirdo stadium.
Hey,
tomorrow.
thank you. I'm so excited. I'll send
Oh,
pictures.
yeah, I hope they serve Jersey Mikes in the press box.
If you guys knew, I didn't say the reason we had Jersey Mikes, but I'm going to send it to you off air. And when we return, you are all going to want to apologize for all of the things that you said.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
There is no apologizing here because you know what day this is and you know what it's a good night for.
Ralston Days!
It's Ralston Days! All right, the Grum starts next. Live from Ralston Days on 1620 The Zone. Friends, you have waited a very, very long time for this particular moment. And you might be rewarded for the first time in 7 years for your patience. But the journey begins. 280 days have passed since the Nebraska football team last played a football game. Tomorrow, that streak will end. But Josh, today is Friday, and tonight is Friday night. And you know what that means. It's a great night for football.
University of Nebraska football is on the air.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome to University of Nebraska football.
Ready to play football. This game's underway.
You can feel it in the air, like lightning on the edge of the night. Touchdown, Nebraska. Thomas Benoni. You can feel it everywhere. The party time all over tonight. Oh, what a grab! What a highlight! Mind your manners, what a catch! Took it off of Travis Hunter's hat. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight.
And bring that trophy back to Lincoln.
You know everybody needs full body contact once in a while. They found themselves a pot of gold at the end of the Irish rainbow. Got to grab the chance to run wild. Friday night's a great night for football. I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. Captain is flying, ready to do it. Friday night's a great night for football. Are you kidding me? Run the ball. Sit back and relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight.
Oh, man, woman, and child, he just turned this stadium inside out.
In this prime time zone, touchdown, Nebraska. Every time will listen from you. Every seat's the 50-yard line. Near corner.
That's right, friends. We are ready to go. Let's get ready to get fired up because Josh Peterson, today is the day we've been waiting a long time for.
The captain is tired, ready to do it. Friday night's a great night for football. Sit back and relax and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight.
Oh, yeah. That get you ready? That get you ready?
Does it make you want more Jersey Mikes, Josh?
Hell yeah, it does, Nick.
Oh, this is like, see, the summer's over now.
Oh, welcome, John. About damn time.
On baseball. You're wearing a baseball jersey.
It's
Yeah,
a
but it
football
says
jersey,
so.
Nick, with baseball buttons.
It says a Michael
says-
Severe jersey.
Yeah, it's a Michael Severe jersey.
Exactly.
Great to have you with us on this Football Friday, One Beer Friday, live from Ralston Days. 72nd and L is Ralston Arena, the Liberty First Credit Union Arena, where the Ralston Days will be commencing later this afternoon. And all through the weekend, it's free admission. There's carnival rides. There'll be great food trucks. We're in the beer garden. Yes, there's going to be beer. So come on, Brown. Bring the family. Have a good time whenever you can make it, either tonight, tomorrow, Sunday, even into Monday, all throughout Labor Day weekend. But today, it's about getting ready for the season. The long wait has ended. And after tomorrow, we will have something to talk about. We have something tangible.
I know. Thank God.
To talk about.
Thank God, John.
No
Even
more
in the crossover, we were talking about Colorado, but something that we have seen now. We're not projecting. It's not about last year. We got to watch them last night, and we have actual opinions on them. And in a little over 24 hours, we'll be able to do the same thing for Nebraska. It's glorious.
Yeah. No, it is. It's exciting. And like I said in the outset, you might actually be rewarded this year, Husker fan, because the savior has arrived. The 5-star is here. The defense is, well, it's defending.
That's true.
The
That's what they do.
offense changed out the wide receivers. Yeah, there's some questions, and we're going to get into some of those today as we get the Grum down going from the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Last night it was sizzling Shadur and gagging Gophers.
Oh, nice.
Hello.
Kelly Ford is going to join us from kfordratings.com.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll talk about his power rankings. Yeah, he's already made some moves, some tentative moves that we'll talk about, but also get ready for a pretty good weekend, a C-plus weekend, as the smart people have.
Wow. It's already been a great weekend so far. It's so good.
Yeah. Is it 7? Is it 8? Is it 9? Maybe?
Losses?
No, wins.
Oh.
We finally get to our season picks. Kent's Movie Club coming up later today. Jaws.
Nice.
I am excited to talk about it.
Oh, good Lord. Already with the tone. My goodness, Nick.
Well, we may need someone to offset Nick, and Michael Severe is scheduled to join us today.
Lovely.
One of his favorites.
I can't wait for him and Nick to argue about, what was it last week or 2 weeks ago, Nick? Retconning. Yeah. I cannot wait for this. This is going to be great.
Which I was right about, by the way.
You were. Nick was right on the definition of retcon. He was.
What would a good season for Dylan? I mean the quarterbacks.
Nice.
Got him.
We're going to answer our Husker 10 questions.
Nice.
These are 10 predictions for the season in the form of a question. And, of course, it's Nebraska versus UTEP, our key party, and our predictions. And, by the way,
key party's back.
I did not know this until last night. History was made last week in predictions.
What?
Yes. History was made in predictions.
All right. Color me curious.
Well, you'll find out later on. It's the reason why predictions was born in the first place. Football season.
Yes.
Football.
Which means we're going to have, prop bets for Nebraska and UTEP. The Pasquatch is broken. Boy, I'm sure glad that there's football season now for Connor Happer and the other Royals fans in the audience because their leading RBI guy went down last night.
Yeah, they need it. Yeah, they need it here.
Yeah.
Pretty soon Happer will be able to enjoy the Panthers. They won't let him down.
And, of course, it's Friday night, and it is a great night for football. We'll look ahead to the weekend that is to come. 402-951-1620, 42 degrees, the source, by your mom's house. Also, you can hit us up in the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter X feed at USC1620. Don't forget, you still vote in the poll question for your season expectations. What record do you think Nebraska will have? The final results will be published later tonight. But go there now and check it out. J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. And you can hit us up in the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com. I know we touched on a little bit of Colorado in the crossover.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny to listen and kind of see some of the reaction, and always reaction in the moment. But did what you saw last night, and judging by the activity last night in the social media, many of you Husker fans were watching.
Of course.
You weren't looking ahead to future Big Ten opponents, Rutgers or Illinois.
No.
You were watching Colorado last night. But did last night change your view to next week, 8 days from now? Did last night change your view and how you see the game 8 days from now? How would you answer that question?
I would say no. I mean, I thought that they are who I thought that they were going in, right? Like, you have a quarterback who can make some nice throws. You have some really good receivers. You have an offensive line that's horrible, and you have a defensive line that can get pushed around. I thought that Happer said something earlier today on his show that I thought was pretty apt, where it was like, that was what Nebraska tried to do last year. They were just unable to do it over the course of the entire game because they started lighting things on fire, turning the ball over every possession or two. And so, you watch it last night, and they seem like a team that can be rattled. They seem like a team that can be beat up. I mean, look, man, I don't want to like start doing keys for next week already because we still have to get to today's key party. But one of the things is that Nebraska's just got to finish. They've got to get sacks. What was there, one last night by NDSU? I know last year Nebraska had 8 and they lost the game by 20 points. So it's not even like that would, change everything. But if they can get to Shedeur and just hit him, because he got hit a lot last night, but hit him, get him, take him to the ground. But no, you watch the game last night and you think, okay, that's what I thought from Colorado. Now the next piece to the puzzle is watch Nebraska tomorrow and see if they're who we think they are. Because last year, it was the reverse, right? We saw Nebraska on Thursday and Colorado on Saturday, and it was like, oh my gosh, everything has changed in the span of 48 hours. Right now, Colorado's still the team that I thought that they were. Nebraska, if they perform to the way in which I think they can tomorrow, then I'm going to be feeling pretty good about that 7-point line. But if they don't, then we're going to have maybe a different discussion next week on Tuesday.
I'll admit, I actually came away feeling a little better about Colorado. I don't mean
like
better
you were more impressed by them than you expected to be.
Yes, especially in the second half, and here's why. First half, it was turning into a track meet, a controlled track meet if you're NDSU, because they had a great game plan. They were getting plays when they needed it, but they were taking time off the clock. They were playing ball control. They were keeping Shedeur. I would say Travis Hunter on the sideline, but Travis Hunter never went to the sideline. But, they kept that Colorado offense off the field, and the way that game was trending, I thought, man, this is going to be like every other game from last year where it's a track meet and eventually Colorado just wears out because their defense has been on the field too long. I give them credit for being able to stop NDSU's run game last night and get enough stops. I mean, with Colorado, it's basketball on grass, basically, or football it's basketball on grass. Use the right analogy, John. But that's what it is. I mean, it's, quick strike. They're going to take their big shots. They don't care how long it takes for them to score. They just want to score. And so one of the things you want to do against them is obviously play at least a little bit of ball control and pressure the passer. And while they were able to get some pressure on Shedeur, there was a stat from this morning, and I hope this is the right slide. No, it's not. There's a severe glare.
Here, I'll help you out, John, if you need a little help on what you're looking for.
No, you know what? I did not post it as a graphic, but I do have it here. And it was from Statso War on Twitter.
Oh, this was a really good number.
Now, listen, Shedeur got pressured last night. I'm not saying Colorado's offensive line is cured, but consider this. Last night against NDSU, Shedeur was pressured on 25% of his dropbacks. He was sacked only 10% on 10% of pressures. The completion percentage was 71%. The yards per attempt was 18.3. Last year, Shedeur was pressured on 37% of dropbacks. He was sacked on 25% of those pressures. When pressured, his completion percentage was only 49%, and the yards per attempt was 6.4. So you tripled the yards per attempt. You went from basically 50-50 to 71% in completion percentage, and the percentage of times he was pressured on dropbacks went down. And so that's improvement, right? And
what about the fact that it was against an FCS team, though?
It was, but, keep in mind who NDSU is. I mean, that is a seasoned FCS team. That is a good program. So, I would put them ahead of a lot of group of 5 programs. So sure, you can look at it, and I'm not alluding that that defense is going to give Shedeur a better fight than Nebraska's. Obviously, I'm not.
Hell
Nebraska's
no.
defense is better, but at least from those statistics, and I thought Shedeur did a great job under pressure. I mean, he threw a lot of stuff, backpedaling. He showed off his talent last night. Make no mistake about it. As much as you might not like his personality or like his dad or, like some of the things he says, he's a hell of a quarterback.
Did you think he was different, though, than last year? Like, I guess I just didn't watch him thinking
pressure. I thought he escaped pressure a lot better
Interesting.
than he did last year.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess I just watched the offense, and I thought that it was very similar. And it's funny you said what you did about the first half. You're like saying track meet potentially is a negative for Colorado. I thought that it was good when the game was a track meet for Colorado. I didn't think that NDSU was going to be able to keep up.
But what I'm saying is it was trending in the direction where NDSU was going to have Colorado worn out by the second half. And instead, and this is more talking about CU's defense, they stopped the run. They were good against the run. Good being, a relative
serviceable.
Yes, exactly, which is what they needed to do. So from that standpoint, I give them credit. Has it changed my mind in how I see next week's game in terms of Nebraska's ability to win or lose? No. I still think Nebraska. Now, we only have half the picture because
we haven't watched Nebraska yet.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so we
100%.
do need to see tomorrow. But, I'll give CU their props where it was necessary. I spent the last segment trashing them for their, game management. I'll give them some of the props that I thought they earned last night.
Well, and especially without the garbage time touchdown in the last, just the fact that NDSU even got the ball at the end, like they dominated the second half. They really did a good job in the second half of making a game that had been very exciting slow down and feel kind of boring because they just did a much better job on defense and the offense made enough plays. They got incredible skill talent.
That is undoubted.
Dude, and so you want to talk about like most important players in next week's game? You could name 5 Huskers and like 4 of them could be defensive players. I think Tommy Hill, whomever the other cornerback is, I think a couple linemen, or maybe a lineman and then a linebacker, and obviously Dylan Raiola. Like those are going to be the most important players on the field next week for Nebraska. But a lot of them are going to come on the defensive side and not allowing those huge, big plays. They got to tackle better. NDSU did a very poor job in the first half of tackling.
Agreed.
Nebraska, you want to talk about one of the things that jumped out to, I think, all of us last year was how much better they were at tackling compared to what they had been in previous years. They need to tackle like that in the game versus Colorado because you don't want one of those 12-yard catches suddenly turning into 30. And that happened multiple times last night, especially early in the game.
402-951-1620. If you want to get in touch with us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline, joining us on said hotline in just a few minutes will be Kelly Ford, kfordratings.com. Great weekend coming up. A lot of important games in the early, the midday, and even in the evening windows featuring some ranked teams. So we'll get his thoughts and have a whole lot more and still to come. We're going to wrap up prediction season. Prediction season done. Well, I mean, big picture prediction.
Yeah, we're still doing predictions every Friday, though, in the happy hour, right?
But season, season picks, all of that stuff. We finish it today so we can put it to the side and actually get to the meat of the matter. Live here at Ralston Days. We're in the beer garden. They'll be opening up later this afternoon, and it'll be free admission. You'll be able to come and enjoy a cold one. Plenty of great food options and other options for the kids. Carnival rides. It's free admission. Ralston Days. We're in the parking lot. It's a beautiful day. I mean, gorgeous. Very low humidity.
Looks
just
awesome.
Nice day here at Liberty First Credit Union Arena near 72nd and L Street in beautiful Ralston, Nebraska for Ralston Days on 1620 The Zone. Back live here at Liberty First Credit Union Arena for Ralston Days, getting started later today here at 72nd and L in Ralston. Beer Garden is where we are right now, but joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline, our new friend of the Grum, the man whom we've quoted his rankings and his team sheets many times over the last month. From KFordRatings.com, it is Kelly Ford. Kelly, happy football season to you, and thanks for coming on.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. It's the best time of year. I'm so excited to be talking college football. We finally have real games to discuss. It's going to be great.
What was one of you had any big takeaways from last night? We had some interesting results last night.
Yeah, my biggest takeaways from last night, and I even tweeted about this, was some of the changes that happened to my provisional power ratings. Let me find that really quickly where I've summarized who moved up and who moved down. So to me, I mean, NC State, probably the biggest surprise just in terms of how they looked against Western Carolina. Really, really struggling. This is a team that I had power rated inside the top 30. They will certainly not be there when I update the power rating after week 1 here this coming Tuesday. So that was probably the biggest negative surprise. I think some people were surprised that North Dakota State gave Colorado such a good game. I was a little surprised at how Colorado played, but I did expect them to be in a dogfight. So that one didn't catch me totally off guard. UCF, Arkansas, Tulane all had really good nights. Yes, they beat up on low-level competition, but they played really, really well, much better than the model expected. So they're all going to see a bump in their power rating come next week. The biggest surprise overall, generally speaking, probably the fact that we did not get an FCS team upsetting an FBS last night. There were so many of those games, you'd think at least one of them would go the FCS team's way, and it did not. So that's probably holistically from a sports standpoint the biggest surprise, with NC State underperforming, UCF, Arkansas, and Tulane all playing better than the model expected.
Kelly, playing off of this question, I'm curious, early in the season, it's a sport with such a small sample size where teams can play as few as 12 and now as many as 17 games, still way, way fewer than what we would see in basketball or certainly Major League Baseball. So how do you approach the early part of the season of wanting to use these data points to put together thoughts and feelings, but also knowing, again, it's just one game, it's just 1 week?
You have to tread very lightly. And this is something that I really take seriously with regard to adjusting to what we see and what the model observes, but not overreacting to, as you said, just the very first data point that we have. We really, I'll use Florida State and Georgia Tech. We really don't know right now if Florida State is significantly worse than we all thought, or if Georgia Tech is significantly better than we all thought, or what my guess is it's a combination of the two in some moderation, right? And so we're going to learn more about those teams as they play again here this weekend, and all of these teams as they play 2, 3, certainly 4 games under their belt. Now we've really made some adjustments and know what to expect. But you're going to see some wild takes coming out of this weekend, and I would just caution everybody, whether it's good or bad, just take it with a grain of salt, because it is the first week. Things can get wonky, and certainly after teams have played 2 or 3 games, we'll have a much, much better idea.
Kelly Ford joining us, KFordRatings.com. It's our new favorite website to check out his power rankings and breakdowns of every single team in FBS football. Kind of going off of that last answer there, Kelly, and talking about Florida State, do you think folks are jumping off this bandwagon too soon?
I do think maybe a little bit. And listen, I downgraded them in the power ratings more than 3 points. They fell from number 12 to number 16. And because Utah looked so good last night against Southern Utah, they fell another spot. So I now have Florida State number 17. But I'm not ready to write them off yet from the ACC race, which by extension means the CFP race. Now, they're no longer the favorite in the ACC for me, admittedly, but they are not out of this thing. They are still in that group of probably 7 or 8 teams that I think have a legitimate chance to still make it to Charlotte. Now, the tiebreakers come into play and all of that, but Florida State still, I think, has the talent, and DJU is going to have to play much better than he did in the first half, especially, but probably in that game overall, for them to achieve their goals. But Florida State still has the talent that they can make a run at Charlotte, and if you get to that game, you're 1 win away from not just the playoff, but a bye in the first round. So I would not write off Florida State just yet from the ACC race and by extension the CFP. But certainly it was concerning. It raised some red flags, and they have fallen down my projected ACC standings. But they are not out of this race by any stretch, in my opinion.
Kelly, one of the things that I have seen in the very limited part of the season so far is like kind of the college basketball verbiage has infiltrated the way that college football is discussed a little bit in terms of these games being, a potential swing game for potential playoff spots later on. I'm curious, as you look ahead to this first week again, given that it is such a small sample size, but that there are mulligans now, are there games that you view as like great candidates for swings one way or the other in terms of positive or negative for like a program or maybe a program or two within the same game this weekend?
Yeah, I think two games, maybe even three, two really come to mind for both teams that are in the game. And that would be Notre Dame at Texas A&M and Miami at Florida. I think both of those games, in addition to being projected very, very close, I have Notre Dame A&M as a 50-50, and I think I've got a 55% win expectancy for Florida, right? So both of these games should be really competitive. They're really high quality from teams that have aspirations to do big things this year. I think it's really important for all four of these teams to get a win here in week one to set their season on the right course. If we broke it down to within the game, I think Notre Dame needs it more than A&M because A&M's got the SEC schedule in front of them, and there's a lot more meat on that bone than the Irish schedule this year. Usually Notre Dame plays a very tough schedule. This year, maybe not so much. And then for Florida, it's a big test for Miami, but they play in that ACC we just talked about with Florida State. I think even with a loss here, they can still navigate that and find their way to Charlotte and have a chance to get in. Florida, their schedule is so difficult that it almost feels like this is a must-win game for them to stay on path to even have a 500 record this year, which some people are saying 500 is not even good enough to keep for Billy Napier to keep his job. I'm not sure that's fair. I think Florida is improving as a program under Billy Napier, but the schedule's been so tough year in and year out, and this year's no exception. But I think both those games, for both teams involved in each of them, it's a huge swing game to get their season off to the right start, or to say, oh my gosh, we're a little bit behind the eight ball after just one game. None of those teams are eliminated from the playoff consideration, I should say, after this week, whether they win or lose. But I do think just for the momentum of their season, all four of those teams could really use a win in week one.
Kelly Ford joining us, kfordratings.com. Going back to Colorado for a moment, they already had low expectations on defense. They were number 101 in your defensive rankings preseason. So what does last night tell you anything? How much enlightenment does it give you on, whether or not this could be an improved unit from last year, which was basically at the bottom of college football?
Yeah, they finished last year number 112 on the defensive side of the ball in my unit rankings out of 133 FBS teams. Now, that's improved from the year before Dion got there, where they were number 127 out of 131, but still not nearly good enough for a team that many people at the time, and we talked about it was kind of crazy, but talked about it at the time, this is a team that might, contend for the Big 12 championship, that might have an outside shot at maybe trying to get in the playoff. Like, that was never the expectation. I don't think anything we saw last night changes what we expected from them. The defense struggled. The offense was pretty good. And again, North Dakota State is a really good FCS program. They're a top 2 or 3 FCS team this year. So I don't take it because, it took to the very end of the game, they didn't pull away. I didn't expect Colorado to pull away. I did expect them to play a little bit better than they did, especially on the offensive side of the ball, which I thought was not quite as clean as maybe we would have expected. But the defense, it struggled, as we did expect. And I don't think we learned a lot about that. Certainly the big question coming in this year for me was, can that Colorado defense play at a top 80, a top 70 level? And if so, man, they might be cooking with something. We did not see that last night, so they either need to make some changes and adjustments, or it's not going to be the best for Colorado as they make the trip to you guys' backyard there in Lincoln for that week 2 matchup against Nebraska.
Hey, Kelly, I wanted to ask you about the Georgia-Clemson game, but kind of through the prism of where you view Georgia coming into this year versus previous seasons, because it's been really interesting seeing, they have easily the most first-place votes. You have them atop your preseason power ratings by a decent margin, it seems, over the Buckeyes, and yet I know a lot of the conversation surrounding Ohio State is that this might be one of the most talented rosters, of this century. So I wonder how you kind of weigh those things and then ultimately sliding in how you view Georgia versus Clemson this weekend, given that they're a 2-touchdown favorite.
So Georgia, for me, is, as you pointed out, the most talented team in college football. I understand what they got going on in Columbus. I'm as excited about it as anybody from a neutral point of view of what this team could be and how they might have success in the Big Ten this year. However, Georgia is operating from a power rating standpoint on a different level right now. They are 4 points clear of Ohio State, which is a massive gap at the top of college football. for me on a neutral field. That's what my model would make the Bulldogs against the Buckeyes, a 4-point favorite. And my line for this Clemson game is right in line with what you said. Vegas said about 2 touchdowns. I've got Georgia by about 15 points in this game, and it's an 85% win expectancy. It's not that I don't think Clemson's a good team. I do think they're pretty good. I have them top 15 in the power rating. They're my favorite now after Florida State stumble in the ACC and to get that number 3 seed in the college football playoff behind the Big Ten and the SEC champions. So I think Clemson's a good team. It's a neutral site, quote unquote, because it is in Atlanta. So I'm not sure how much Clemson fans think that's really neutral site against Georgia. But that's how the model is treating it. Clemson's defense is really good. I've got them in the top 15 nationally. The offense should be much better than what we've seen the last 3 or 4 years. I've got them projected top 25, which would be their best unit since the COVID year of 2020, if that plays out. So I think Clemson's pretty good. I think regardless of the outcome, again, like I talked about earlier, let's temper our reaction to this, whether it's good or bad. If Clemson ends up losing by 2 or 3 touchdowns, that doesn't mean Clemson's a bad team. That might just mean Georgia is what we thought, and that is a top 5 team on both sides of the ball, and head and shoulders right now the number 1 team in the country. Ohio State could catch them, of course, as throughout this season, but right now my numbers are pretty clear that Georgia is the team to beat this year.
Another interesting game tomorrow in the early window, and anytime you see a big boy school as a home dog, especially by 7, 8, 9 points, kind of raises the radar, and I'm talking West Virginia and Penn State. I don't recall I know I wasn't, if we did it, I wasn't here, but when we did our 25 teams, I don't remember talking about Penn State, and I'm looking at their team sheet from kfordratings.com. I did not realize they are an 88% or greater chance of winning in 9 of their 12 games this year. And one of the games that they're not is West Virginia, but still you got them at a 74% chance of winning tomorrow at West Virginia. I'm curious how you see that game, and if there is an opportunity here for West Virginia, who is a top 35 team in your power rankings.
When you asked me about these swing games early on, I almost went 3, and this was the other game I was going to talk about, so I'm glad you guys brought it up, because I do think this is a very important game for each of these teams for different reasons. Penn State has been a program that has suffered from the 4-team format, and everyone talks about when we go to 12, who's going to benefit the most? For me, the answer is Penn State. Penn State is clearly the team that benefits the most from 2 things that are happening this year. The Big Ten doing away of division, so they don't have to play Ohio State and Michigan year in and year out since they're no longer in the quote-unquote East, and the fact that the playoff has expanded to 12. Because really in the James Franklin era for Penn State, they have dominated and beaten soundly the teams by and large that the model would suggest Penn State should beat. And then they have almost to a T lost to the teams that the power rating model would suggest Penn State would be an underdog too. And that's how it's been for James Franklin. He just hasn't been able to win those biggest games, and that has held him and Penn State back during the 4-team era. Now that it goes to 12, if Penn State just wins the games they're supposed to, which right now my numbers have them favored in 11 games this year, the only projected underdog would be Week 10 at home against Ohio State with a 44% win expectancy. If they go 10-2 or 11-1, regardless of if they make it to Indy, they're going to be in the playoff and have a chance to compete for a national championship. So Penn State, this game is huge because you don't want to stub your toe right out of the gate and drop a game that you weren't expecting, but I don't think we will. Sorry, I thought I lost you guys there. So I don't think Penn State is going to lose this one. But for West Virginia, it's a chance for them. It's a huge swing game. They're playing with house money. No one's expecting them to win this game necessarily. But if they can find a way to get it done at home, my goodness, does that shoot them up the projections in the Big 12? And certainly they go from dark horse to maybe serious contender, at least in terms of their power rating, to win or to compete for the Big 12 championship.
Kelly, I think the only big game we haven't talked about yet is the one on Sunday in Vegas between USC and LSU. And it's funny going back to the early part of our discussion about so many unknowns. I mean, talk about all the unknowns in this one, right? With USC, a new defensive coordinator. Obviously, the players lost on the offensive side of the ball for LSU, including a Heisman Trophy winner. I wonder how you view this one. And again, like in this new era of the sport, it seems the loser, it's not going to be too bad for playoff stuff, but the fan bases might be pretty miserable given how the last seasons ended for both USC and LSU.
You're absolutely right. There are 5 games this week that score a 9.0 or better on my watchability scores. This is the final one, the 5th and final one here with a 9.5. It is the number 2 highest watchability score game of the week. It has its own primetime window on Sunday night. All eyes on this, and it should be a high-powered affair. You look at the offenses in this game, they are both projecting to be in the top 5. They were both in the top 5 a year ago, with LSU being my number 1 offense. On the defensive side of the ball, both of these teams really struggled a year ago. USC was sub 100. LSU was 71, the worst they've been in the CFP era. I'm expecting improvement on both sides for these teams. The LSU defense probably more so than the USC, but like you said, a lot of change, a lot of new coordinator, new players, new scheme, all of that. Let's see how it plays out in a neutral site, which in Las Vegas, certainly you might think USC might have a little bit of that home field advantage, even though it is technically a neutral site game. My model likes LSU. It likes the Tigers by about 5 points. Thinks LSU is a better team, number 11 in the power ratings compared to USC at number 20. But you're right. This is going to be a huge feather in the cap for the winner of this game, most likely come the end of the year. And the loser here should not be punished too bad because it's not going to be a, quote, bad loss. And so I'm really excited for it. I think whichever defense can come up with just one more stop than their opponent is going to get the win here. And I think right now my gut tells me that it'd be LSU that'd be able to get that extra stop because both these offenses are going to be flying. I mean, this could be a 41-38 type game, if not more. I mean, that's how I think this game could really go, which would be very, very exciting as it's a standalone game on Sunday night.
As Kelly just mentioned, Kelly Ford, joining us, kfordratings.com. He does a week-to-week watchability ranking, which, and you can explain here in this answer, Kelly, exactly what all goes into that. But, we've talked about the 5 games that rated 9 or better. The number 6 game, the number 6 best game of the weekend is also in the early window. And we started this conversation by you being a little surprised. Hey, we didn't see an FCS team upset an FBS team. It's FCS South Dakota State at FBS Oklahoma State, 8.1 on your watchability ranking. That's got to be pretty. I mean, that's got to be close to an all-time high, isn't it, for an FCS team to have that great a watchability ranking?
It absolutely is. I'd have to double check it, but I'm confident in saying that this is the record watchability score for an FCS, a game that involves an FCS team. And South Dakota State, like it must be said, is not your typical FCS team. They are my number 1 power-rated FCS team. They were national champions a year ago at that level. Right now, if they were playing at the FBS level, I would have them power-rated somewhere in the 40s. So, like, in terms of the national ranking, they'd be a top 50 FBS team from a power rating standpoint. This is a very, very good football team. Oklahoma State's good in their own right. I've got a number 21, and they are at home in this one. But my goodness, if I'm an Oklahoma State fan, I am very mad that this is the FCS opponent we have decided to start our season against because they are no joke. And yes, watchability, it's a weighted score of projected quality and competitiveness. So you're mashing in how good are the teams, how competitive do we expect the game to be. That's how we get the 8.1 here on the 0 to 10 scale. And Oklahoma State absolutely needs to be on upset alert. I've got a 79% win expectancy. So I do like the Cowboys by more than 1 score, just barely, but by more than 1 score. But, man, this South Dakota State team, especially with all summer to prepare, is going to be a big test for them. And certainly we're going to know more about Oklahoma State coming out of this game. I don't think they're looking ahead to Arkansas because, quite honestly, South Dakota State is not much worse than Arkansas if we're talking from a power rating standpoint. So I don't think it's a look-ahead spot. But anytime you see an FCS team on the schedule, your fans especially might be, kind of a sleepy day. We're going to get the win. This is not that case. So Oklahoma State needs to bring it. They need to take them seriously. And if they don't, they will lose this game because South Dakota State is that good.
Kelly, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about Nebraska's game tomorrow with UTEP. They're a 4-touchdown favorite. Obviously, new pieces, especially on offense. And the 5-star quarterback, Dylan Raiola, is the player that we have talked about the most throughout the offseason, with the wide receivers probably being a close second. That game's not in the top 40 of the watchability. Are you expecting a nice Nebraska win?
I would certainly expect a nice Nebraska win. It's got a watchability score of 3.5, so just missing out on the graphic that I put out. But it's a 96% win expectancy for the Huskers. Again, this should not be a problem, especially for this Nebraska defense that I have inside the top 10. This UTEP offense is projecting to be number 124. So I would honestly be surprised, guys, if Nebraska gives up more than 10, certainly 14 points in this game. Like, I would be very, very surprised at that. The big question is, how good can this Nebraska offense be under Iola? Right now, my numbers are projecting a unit around number 100, which may be unfair. It may not be giving Nebraska enough credit. I fully admit that. Let's see what Iola looks like. Let's see if this offense can be a little bit better this year than it was a year ago, because I don't have to tell you guys and all the listeners, the offense last year was not good. For as good as the defense was, and the defense was great, finishing number 6 in the country, the offense was equally as bad, if you will, and that really held Nebraska back. Can this offense take significant steps forward this year? I think Raiola gives you as good a chance as ever to do it, so I'm really excited to see that. And tomorrow will be a good warm-up, if you will, for him and that offense to kind of get your feet under you, understand how this is all going to work together before then welcoming in Colorado, like we talked about, next week for what is sure to be a massive game, if for no other reason than the historical significance of those two teams.
Kelly Ford, KFordRatings.com. Kelly, thank you again for an awesome preview. Enjoy this weekend. We get an extra day of it. Actually, technically an extra 2 days because we're playing a little on Sunday and, of course, on Monday. Thanks a lot. Have fun. We'll talk to you down the road.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much. Good luck to Nebraska.
Thank you, Kelly.
Ford, KFordRatings.com. Friends, if for anything else, I know sometimes – and I know, Brett McMurphy puts out a graphic. I think he'll put one out on Saturday. It's got a big old chart, and it shows where all the games are and what networks you're on. Seriously, go to KFordRatings.com and just click on the watchability. And it's literally the best games of the weekend based on his watchability formula. And it's nicely separated by, weekday games, early window, evening window, late window. If you're just looking for a nice, convenient guide to know, hey, where can I find this game? Which game should I watch here? If you're the 2, 3, 4 TV setup guy, this is the place to go. KFordRatings.com. I'm so glad we discovered him.
Nice find, John. He really has been a whole lot of fun. The way that he does stuff, I think that his graphics are not only informative, but they're easy on the ice too, which really helps. He's been super fun to talk to. That's the second time we've had him on this offseason, and I imagine we'll have him on many more times throughout the year.
Yeah, just a real quick look. He was referencing some of the changes in his power rankings, but Arkansas went up, and this is provisional because
because you have to have the rest of the weekend still.
So these will certainly change, but UCF went up 13. They blew out New Hampshire last night. Arkansas hung 70. They went up 14 spots. Tulane. Illinois had an impressive shutout win last night. Altmaier had a great night. I think he was something like 19 of 24. And so Illinois State went up a little bit as well. But it's definitely worth a follow. KFordRatings.com. Find out what he thinks of every game each week. And all of those charts are going to be updated every single week. So you'll be able to keep very close tabs on your favorite teams. Well, coming up next, we're going to do our 10 questions.
Ooh.
Answer the 10 questions. These are specific season predictions. Basically, it's season props for Nebraska. We're going to answer those questions when we come back. Still to come, it's Movie Club with Kent Wolgamott. We're reviewing Jaws this week, and we are live here at Liberty First Credit Union Arena. They have started to set up the beer stands, set out the cans, all the pretty cans.
Look at these cans.
Great. But we are inside the beer garden, which is, if you're familiar with Liberty First Credit Union Arena, it's right outside the main gates, right outside the main doors. So when they open up, you'll be able to come by. There's plenty of tables set up. TVs will be set up this weekend to watch the various football games and other sporting events going on. Carnival rides, food trucks, and a whole lot more. And the best part, admission is free. Ralston Days here at Liberty First Credit Union Arena, 72nd and L in Ralston. Back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on a One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. The long wait is finally over. This time tomorrow, you'll be yelling at your TV, probably eating some wings, and playing along with all the action with your new sportsbook, Circus Sports Iowa. There's so many games for you to choose from, which means there are so many opportunities for you to win. Whether it's props, spreads, live in-game lines, or the tight money line splits, Circus Sports Iowa is the sportsbook for you when you're ready to start betting like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa. Let's look at a couple of those tight money line splits for this weekend. Florida is plus 125 to beat Miami. Miami of Ohio, plus 150 to beat Northwestern. And a lot of people are pretty high on Texas. plus 190 over Alabama. These games are all waiting for you right now. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Well, I'd like to tell you that you're still an opportunity to buy some Copal certificates. Get two $25 certificates for only $25, but they sold out this morning, and that's how it goes.
So
But
you rubbing it in people's faces, John, that they weren't able to get it?
Nope. This is a cautionary tale and a look ahead to next week, because when we announce what next week's zone deal is, you're going to want to bookmark it, and always just bookmark 9 a.m. every Friday. That's when the zone deals go on sale, and sometimes they sell out really, really fast. So just a reminder, go to 1620thezone.com and bookmark it every Friday morning at 9. So it is time now for our 10 questions. We did this the last couple of years, and we're going to do it again this year as part of Red Out Week, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. So our first question has to do with what the run-pass ratio is going to be. Quick look at where these are the run-play percentages the last 10 seasons. Last year, basically 65% running the football. It has been north of 60% twice in the last 5 years and 3 times in the last 10. It has only been under 50% once in the last 10 years, and that was 2017 when Nebraska ran the ball only 44.5% of the time. So the question is, Josh, what will be Nebraska's run percentage this year? Percentage of plays running the football for the Huskers.
I think that number is going to be below 50% for the first time since 2017. 42% run this year. We are way different on this one. Way different on this one.
Well, I don't think listen, Matt Rule is still a running guy at heart.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of basing this off, when we did the whole trying to fill out the math to 5,000 yards, and we used Iowa State as a comparison. Iowa State was almost dead on 50-50 run team. I think there will be some times where they're going to make a concerted effort to run the football. So I'm not to say that Dylan's not going to throw it, but I think it's going to be 51% run. So basically it's 50-50. I'm going to go 51% run the football, because keep in mind, man, that is a huge change. Josh, you're talking about almost a 20% change from what they were last year. Actually, it's more than 20% change from what they were last year to what you think they're going to be this year. So that's why I'm not going as aggressive as you are.
Yeah, I am. I might be going too aggressive. I am surprised, though, that you still have them running more than they're going to throw, just given that look, mathematically, passing yards are easier to come by than rushing yards are in football in 2024. So, I would kind of start the conversation there. But the other part is, if we are as down on the running game as we are, and I think rightfully so, I just don't know why they would hamstring themselves by running the ball that much. Perhaps it doesn't reach my 42% number. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle, but I definitely think that they're going to throw the ball more than they're going to run the ball.
Question number 2, who's going to lead Nebraska in rushing and how many yards will they have? And we agree on the person. We don't agree. Well, we almost agree on
I was going to say,
so
yeah.
It's pretty close. We both picked Emmett Johnson. And initially, Josh, when I was thinking about this, I almost went with Ramir. But knowing, obviously he's got, I see his role being more of the third down back. And with Emmett having come on strong-ish at the end of last year, I think he's going to be the guy that will end up leading the team in rushing. I went with 719 yards.
Yeah, I went with 690. So like you said, we're barely
69 on.
I did want to indeed write 69. But in all seriousness, we're not that far off. The number that I've been looking at all offseason is 60 per game. In a 12-game season, that gets you to 720. I don't know if this was a 12 or a 13-game exercise. I think it was just 12. So I'm going to go just a tick below that. We talked about him last year. I don't think that this guy's a world beater, but I think he's solid enough. I think he can pick up solid yards. It's going to come down to big plays. If we're going to be right or wrong about this, I think it's going to come down to big plays. Are they able to get more of them, or are they able actually to get about the same as last year, which was essentially none? That would be the thing to change things.
Question 3.
Wow, we are very close on
Raiola's
this one.
passing numbers, and we're looking at yards, touchdowns, and interceptions. And again, we're relatively close given the big numbers that are being posted here.
Yep, we are indeed. 2,978 yards for me. You had 31-21. We both had 8 picks. You had 25 touchdowns. I had 28. I mean, so we're essentially the same, John. You trade some yards for touchdowns. I have a few more touchdowns and a little bit fewer yards. But, yeah, I think that that's the range that he is going to be in. I think the one that I am most curious about on this whole graphic, and all the numbers are interesting to me because they're all going to tell a story. If we're right about the interception number and it's that low, that's fewer than 1 per game. That's the number, and it's the decision making that I think as I start thinking about future years and looking at how good he can be. If that number is low in year 1, John, I think that's when you're starting to allow yourself to dream big. Because if his decision making is good now, you would expect that to continue throughout his Husker career.
28 touchdowns would be a single season school record. More on that to come. Question 4. How many yards rushing will Dylan Raiola have this season? And how many yards rushing will Heinrich Haarberg have this season? We're pretty much exactly alike with Haarberg. I've got him at 150. You've got him at 147. I've got Raiola for 125 yards rushing, and you have him for 38.
Yeah, that's obviously a lot of sack stuff, right? So I think sacks are going to bring that number down. I don't think he's going to run the ball a ton. Honestly, one of the things that I did was I went and looked at Patrick Mahomes' numbers, though obviously when he runs, he gets all of the rushing yards rather than just some of them because when he is sacked in the NFL, those are taken away from his passing game. Why such a high number compared to me, that is?
Well, I think there will be some opportunities this year where he'll be able to scramble and maybe bust off, a 15 or 20 yard run or two. Yeah. And so I'm just kind of playing the odds here that, a long season that, you get 10 yards here, 10 yards there, that it will eventually add up.
Okay.
So that's kind of where I'm just kind of playing a math equation. Question 5, who will be the top 3 receivers in catches? And how many yards will the leader have? And again, we keep copying on each other's homework. Now, the one difference we both have Jamal Banks as number 1, Isaiah Nair as 2, and Thomas Fidone as 3. Now, that's in terms of leading catches. But then when we get to the yards, and we're just identifying the yards for the leader, this is where we separate. You think Banks is going to have almost 1,000-yard season?
Yep, this has been something that I've been saying for a while this offseason, and so I wasn't willing to go all the way. I wasn't willing to put down 4 digits. I decided to go with 3, but a pretty high number, 975. I don't have the list, John, of single-season receiving records, but I believe that would be, 3rd or 4th all-time? It would be pretty high.
6-ish, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And I just, again, I was kind of looking more at a math equation because I think between not only these 3, but the depth at receiver, I think you're going to see a lot more balls shared from a lot more places. And so that's why I think the yards, I don't think you'll have 1,000-yard receiver this year, not because they're not capable, but because there's just so many mouths to feed. And I think there's going to be opportunities for a lot of people in the passing game, including the running backs. Next question has to do with takeaways. Real quick review. These are defensive takeaways the last 10 seasons. Last year, the defense took it away 14 times, which is kind of around the average of the last 10 years. The high in the last 10 years was 2014. Nebraska took it away 23 times. 2019 was the last time Nebraska had 20 or more takeaways. They had 21. And the low was 2020. Now, again, shortened season.
COVID year, yeah.
They only had 7, but 2017 in a full season, only 12 takeaways. So the question is, how many defensive takeaways will Nebraska get this year? And oh, look, another tie.
Amazing. Now, it's funny. I don't know if you had any other numbers that you wrote down at first. The first number I wrote down, I think, was 21. And then I realized, gosh, that's almost 2 a game in 12. So I'm going to tick it down just a little bit. 18 is literally 1.5 per game. Pretty wild, though, how similar we have been for this entire exercise.
No, 18 was exactly what I had from the very beginning. Once I did the average and I thought, all right, they'll be a little bit better than last year, but I didn't feel like going over aggressive. I could have, but I decided not to. Question 7, who's going to lead the defense in sacks?
Amazing.
And how many Oh, look, another tie. We both picked Jamari Butler, but I went with 7. You went with 8.5. Again, math equation for me. I think there'll be more sacks than last year, but I think they will be spread out among more guys. And also keep in mind, Nebraska hasn't had a 10 or more sack individual in over a decade. The high in the last decade is Randy Gregory's 9.5.
Wow. Yeah, I think that there are going to be quite a few guys to have at least 4 or 5. I think that the defense is going to do a really good job at rushing the passer this year. Butler seems to be the consensus belief for a lot of people. So, I am tailing some folks in liking him the most. But yeah, give me Butler, and that'd be the best year since Randy Gregory all the way back in 2013, 2014.
Yeah, to be right up there with Khalil Davis, who was at 8.
Yes.
About 5 or 6 years ago. Nebraska's
oh boy,
one score record. We all know the bad news, but they are just 3-18 since 2021. Last year, just 1-5. And so the question is, what is Nebraska's record going to be in one score games? So you really got to do a couple things. One, you got to identify
how many
which games are going to be one score games.
Yep.
And then what is the record going to be? I went with 3-3. I figured there'd be about 6. There'll be a couple of blowouts this year that I think Nebraska will be on the good side of. Sadly, there may be one blowout that they're not on the good side of.
Yeah.
And then there's a couple of games that, maybe either late covers or 10 to 15 point games. So I went with 6 games. I went with 3-3. And the 3 games I'm looking at as potential one-score losses, I think one of those road games, either Purdue or more than likely Indiana. I think the Rutgers game and the Iowa game. Those would be ones I would look at right now.
Potential candidates.
Those will be the ones, but I think those are definitely the candidates for the 3 one-score losses.
Yeah, the games that I considered, certainly Iowa, all the games are one score seemingly. Last year's Wisconsin game, like many recently, have also been one-score games. Heck, even USC, I think, has potential. And yeah, I think that October stretch, once you get beyond the September matchups, whether it's home games, whether it's road games, Indiana, Rutgers. I know that we've had a lot of fun recently with Rutgers and Indiana in particular, but given the proclivity that this program has for playing in these one-score games, it certainly is on the table. And real quick, John, before we get to the next one, just going back real fast to that previous graphic, the wild part about it to me is in the last 10 seasons, 2016 had the fewest, and that was 4. There were more one-score games in the COVID-shortened 2020 than there were in 2016. In 2020, there were 5. So, can they have a season with fewer one-score games? You would figure, John, this year, if they have a smaller number of one-score games, I think that is ultimately a good thing because I think it means that they are winning games by a lot of points this year. I think that that's what that would mean.
By the way, that 2016 year is also the only time in the last 10 years they had a winning record in one-score games. They went 3-1. Question 9, which describes the Husker special teams in 2024? It's A, tire fire, B, frustrating, C, average, or D, surprisingly good. We both think it is going to be frustrating. And a lot of that, I think, is going to stem from the kicking game, the lack of, having a solid place kicker. I think, sadly, a couple of those one-score losses could be because they can't convert either a PAT or a field goal. And so that's not to say I don't think that the return game might not be good, but I think a couple of those losses may be pinned on special teams. That's why I went with frustrating.
Yep, couldn't agree more. I think that there's going to be some good. I think that there could potentially be some good in the return game, especially. I think that the bad though is going to outweigh all of that, but the good will make it so it's not the literal worst it can possibly be.
And finally, question 10. We've asked this of some of our friends of the program this week. The most exhilarating win of this year will be against blank. The most frustrating loss will be against blank. I went against the grain. Colorado's an easy answer, and I understand why. But I think Nebraska goes to L.A. and beats USC, and because it is USC, because it is Lincoln Riley, because that game's going to be probably in prime time, I think the USC game will be the most exhilarating win with Iowa being the most frustrating loss.
That would certainly be an exhilarating win. I went with Colorado, mainly because if they beat Colorado, I don't really know if there's going to be a game on the schedule that can touch the excitement that game will bring next weekend, just because of all the pent up energy. And yeah, I mean, I feel like every year we do this exercise, and every year I have Iowa as the most frustrating loss. I had to do it again.
There you go. Season predictions in 10 questions. We'll give you our actual record predictions a little bit later on. Still to come, we got Movie Club and a whole lot more, so stay right there. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct live from Liberty First Credit Union Arena and Ralston Days, which gets underway later this afternoon on 1620 The Zone. Head to 1620thezone.com and you can get yourself registered to win a pair of season passes to Vala's Pumpkin Patch. It's one of the most popular attractions in this area, and it's open now for the next 2 months, right on up through Halloween. So if you want to win 2 season passes, meaning you can go whenever you please, visit 1620thezone.com. Well, I went ahead and did it. My curiosity was just killing me. But remember yesterday here on the Grum, when we were live from Oscars, I wondered aloud about the college football playoff predictions and just how many different teams were mentioned.
Wait, what did you do?
Well, what I did was, and thank you to The Athletic because they made it really easy for me.
Okay, good.
I went to ESPN.com, I went to USAtoday.com, and TheAthletic.com, and I compared all of their predictions.
Okay. So like every website and the number of writers. Okay, there you go.
Yep.
I was wondering how many total analysts there were.
49 different analysts from ESPN, USA Today, and The Athletic.
John's being a sicko again.
Yeah, this is sicko. You were doing this instead of watching football last night?
I did it at halftime.
Okay.
It didn't take long because, again, The Athletic had it all nicely, neatly organized. They basically did their count for me. The Athletic had 21 guys and gals.
We love you, The Athletic.
But 33 different schools were mentioned, all right? So I was a little off with the number, but still, 33 out of 133 FBS schools were mentioned in playoff predictions, the 12-team bracket. There were 3 schools who hit all 49 brackets. Georgia, Ohio State, and I was a little surprised that Oregon hit all 49. I thought maybe somebody would keep them off because of the transition. But no, Georgia, Ohio State, and Oregon were on all 49 brackets. Of the teams that were next in line, Alabama made 46 of 49, okay. Texas 45, Notre Dame and Penn State 41. And I have to admit, I was surprised that Alabama was on 46 of 49.
Yeah, I was too. And yet I also had them, and it's not like I'm super high on the Tide this year. I think that the wild card portion of this whole discussion really does throw such a wrench into a situation, because even if you don't buy into Penn State, and I know you didn't have them, I did. So a lot more people were on my side. 41 out of 49 brackets decided to include the Nittany Lions.
Of the group of 5 teams, Memphis got the most votes with 23, Boise with 12. You also had 2 votes for Texas State and 2 votes for UNLV.
Wow. That's interesting. You and I both had Boise State. I wonder why Memphis got the nod for more people than the Broncos did.
And some local notables. Kansas made 5 of 49.
Rock chalk.
And both Iowa State and Iowa each made 3.
Wow.
Go Hawks and clones.
Wow.
And of the championship picks, Ohio State got 24, Georgia 19, Oregon 5, and Alabama 1.
Wow.
So what's the lesson? What's the takeaway here? Like, how many schools did you think were going to be included?
I thought it would be around 25, so it was a few more than 25. I mean, my curiosity was, just how many different teams would be picked?
Yes.
And so the number was a little higher than I thought. But, man, you got 12 teams, 133 schools, you would think that, the sport, if the sport were really more balanced or there was more parity, that maybe you'd at least be in the 40s with a different number of schools, especially with all the G5 possibilities that are out there. But there really wasn't. Only 33.
Maybe they just didn't know what to do with it because it's still so fresh.
Yeah.
See, I think that's definitely a big part of it, Nick, is just really not having a great handle on exactly what to do. John, how many teams got 1 vote? Do you have that number in front of you?
Just 1 vote?
Yeah, like just one person put them in the playoff.
Virginia Tech, who was one of my teams.
Yeah, they were. So they would have been at 2 with your number.
Texas A&M and Arizona.
Interesting. Okay, so Arizona probably would have been a conference champion pick. Virginia Tech, for you, they were a conference champion pick. And then A&M would have been a wild card.
Yep.
Yeah. See, and that's the other thing, too, right? Like, I'm looking at the next in line schools. Utah, 36 votes. I have to imagine that the majority of those 36 votes were people who had them winning the conference. Same with Clemson at 29. I didn't really see a whole lot of people putting Clemson in as a not, well, I guess I did, but as a non-champ in the ACC. Hokies says, let's go Hokies. So there you go. So that's a really interesting exercise. It'd be super fun to see in future years, especially if we could figure out a way to expand it that didn't require buying a bunch of Athlon magazines or something like that. But I'd be very curious to know how many schools, inside of the kind of mainstream predictions ultimately ended up making it. And if this year's number is high, if it's small, or if it ends up kind of being the correct one.
Coming up next, Kent's in the green room. We're getting ready for Movie Club Jaws. Thank God we're not close to any bodies of water around here. Movie Club is next on a One Beer Friday, live from Ralston's Liberty First Credit Union Arena and Ralston Days on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. We had college football last night. We have NFL games coming up next week. And right now, if you go to FanDuel.com/1620, you can bet $5 and get 3 weeks free trial of YouTube and YouTube TV's NFL Sunday Ticket. John, there are, of course, so many games to watch in that noon window, in that 3:05, in that 3:25 window. But if you're a fan of a team that does not air around here a whole lot, again, just go to FanDuel.com/1620, bet $5, and you can get a 3-week free trial so you can watch your favorite team each and every Sunday.
So if you're not already a FanDuel member, join today, FanDuel.com/1620. If you're already a FanDuel member, just bet $5. That's all you need to do. Everyone, just bet $5 on FanDuel, and you get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. All you need is a Google account and current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Again, FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission: to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
Live from Ralston Days, and might I say, we're sitting in a beer garden.
We are.
And we were lacking something, Nick.
What?
You and I, we were lacking something.
What were we lacking in the beer garden, John?
Well, we had
Me? Are you lacking me?
No, we weren't lacking you.
Oh.
But thanks to awesome friend of the program, Pedro, and his sister Tina, who works here at Ralston's Liberty First Credit Union Arena, we have our first beer. And so we get to crack the first beers of Ralston Days.
Oh, look at that.
But I'm not going to crush this like Quint did in the movie Jaws. Kent Walgamont, Lincoln Journal-Star. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well here. I don't, however, have a cooler sitting near me.
No cold beers for Kent right now.
Good news, he's at home. We were hoping that Michael Severe could join us because this is his favorite movie, or one of his favorite movies.
Yeah, he texted us last week when we made the announcement that we were doing Jaws.
And he did have an interview. He had some work stuff going on, so he might still be busy right now. But either way, we'll do this in his honor. But the movie pick this week was Jaws. And Josh, this was your pick, the 1975 horror classic.
Yep. I figured we'd do it as the summer comes to a close. Football season has officially started. Though John pointed out last week, next year is the 50th anniversary, so maybe we should have saved it. No worries. It's set on the fictional New England town of Amity Island. I mean, look, you know what Jaws is about. There's a shark attack. People die. The mayor makes really bad decisions. It's really, though, Kent, I didn't watch the movie in full for the first time until 6 years ago. And so I was surprised at how it's like two movies. There is all of the island stuff and whether or not they should shut down the town around the 4th of July. And then there's obviously all of the boat stuff and the relationship between those three characters as they try to take down this shark, but they also deal with grief. They talk about World War II and all sorts of things that they have gone through. A very good scene of people pretending or maybe not pretending, depending on what footage they used, to be drunk. And they're dealing with the shark. Many people have called it, the first summer blockbuster. Came out in 1975. Really cool to get a chance to watch again. I'm interested to see what Nick thinks about this one, Kent, given the little tease he gave us earlier. But for a movie that's almost 50 years old, I think that it holds up incredibly well. I think the pacing of this movie, that was the thing that I wanted to pay attention to most this time. I thought the pacing of Jaws was really, really good. And there just doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of downtime in this movie.
For a 2-hour movie, it really goes. It's actually kind of, well, there he is.
There's
Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Hello. Sorry about that. Interview ran long.
It's actually a classic sort of 3-act film. If you the part on the boat is both kind of part of the second act and the third act. The first part is, okay, we get up, you show all the denial and all, and develop the characters early. Then you have the 4th of July scene, right, where the shark comes. That flips it into the second act. And then the actual conflict with the shark that lasts 35, 40 minutes is the third act, right? And that's kind of classic movie structure. And what they did with it was this book doesn't, this is not the book, okay? I mean, they say, oh, it's based on Peter Benchley's novel, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it got rewritten so many times and kind of flushed away much of what made, you know, like there's an affair in the novel between the chief's wife and, is it Hooper?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's in the novel. It's not in the movie, right? So Spielberg made this Spielbergian picture, right? It's the first one he did. And because of that, he knows how to, he was 25 maybe when he made this movie. And so there are a lot of stuff in that he did with that you would go, and a more experienced person wouldn't have done. Like they filmed all the ocean stuff on the ocean. That's insane. Okay. That's really insane.
And added a ton to the budget and pushed the development back several weeks.
But what he did do was you sort of see his way of telling stories come out. This is the first one that he was really able to do that. And so it's the 3 acts, but it's a very well told story. And they cut everything like the stuff I was talking about out of the novel to make it so it'll go, right? So there's not a 15, you know, the longest speech I think in the picture is when Robert Shaw is
U.S. Indianapolis.
Yep. Here we go. He knows his movie. Isn't that the longest? That's the longest speech in the whole movie, I think.
And if you look at it, the way they did it about 5 or 6 times. It didn't go well. They actually gave him something to drink. He got a little drunk and then did it perfectly once he got drunk. Couldn't do it sober, but did it perfect once he got drunk. Yeah, it was just Richard Dreyfuss is in one of the many documentaries I watched on, and he talks about how they had to get him a little drunk, and then he nailed the speech. It added some stuff to it as well. He knew it because he was a World War II guy, so he knew the history of the Indianapolis, so he nailed it. But can I ask you a classic question?
Sure.
Does she get naked? The answer is yes.
Yeah, like right away too.
Well, the shark does.
Yeah, instantly.
That speech, it's so epic.
Yeah.
And I think it does such a great job because this movie, I think one of the things I like about it is the balance between horrific and almost whimsical to serious to a little bit comedic. And that whole scene where this group of guys, very different backgrounds, different people, you know, Hooper, they basically all just had met each other, you know, a couple of days before.
Yep.
And how they're bonding over war injuries, and they're having a good old time, and they're singing along. And then it immediately just turns on, oh, I see you got a tattoo. You got the tattoo removed. What's that about?
Was it Mother?
And yeah, Mother. And they laugh. And then immediately Robert Shaw says, oh, that's the USS Indianapolis. And it just gets deathly quiet.
Yeah.
And Hooper says, you were on the Indianapolis? And the way it just changed from this, you know, good time, you know, guys getting drunk on a boat scene to this epic. I love that story. It is so, because that's how I first learned about the USS Indianapolis was that speech in the movie. I'd never known that story until watching Jaws.
Rob Nyer and I, for years, would talk about they needed to make that movie. And then they finally made it. They put Nick Nolte in it. It's one of the worst movies I've ever watched in my entire life. They made a movie about the U.S. Indianapolis and completely ruined it. It could have been great. And they just made a horrible movie with an actor who shouldn't have been I think he plays the Admiral in it, or he plays somebody in it. It's a brutal movie. Should have been good.
Michael, what is it about this movie that has it towering over every other movie?
Well, one thing for me is, you know, I was seven, so I was just 6 to 7 years old. Saw it that summer. My dad was in the hospital, and I was staying with some people in a little place called right outside of Quakertown, Pennsylvania, Easton, Pennsylvania. It's where Larry Holmes is from. And they clean movie theaters at night. And so they couldn't leave me at home. I was a little kid. I stayed with them. They took me and would leave me in the movie theater, and I could watch movies. And that's how I saw Jaws. as a little kid sitting in the theater, roughly by myself watching it. And it just grabbed me. And there's so many, I mean, from the thing that actually brought them together, John, it's what brings the mini guys together. It was the injuries. It was the scars. Talking about the scars you have in your life and how that unites you with other men. And that's what really started bringing them together. Everything from the kid sitting at the table with, his dad doing a little hand stuff, trying to cheer him up. I mean, every part of that movie, whether it's the funny stuff or the serious stuff, the songs, all of that, it's a movie I just love. And like I said, I've seen it at least 36 times in the theater. And when it comes again to Alamo Drafthouse, I'll go again.
I think one of the other things in this, and it ended up happening by accident, because originally it's, I saw one thing that the producers, not Spielberg, but others thought, because they really wanted to show more of the shark.
Yeah.
They wanted more shark in the movie. There was actually a thought to trying to train a great white. When I read that, I was like, "You've got to be kidding me! They're no training a great white." So and there's a lot of stories about the issues with the mechanical shark and it breaking down. Can't mention trying to shoot out on the ocean. Salt water would interrupt with the cameras, and people would be sunburned. It would just be a miserable experience. But it ended up being the best thing to ever happen.
Yep.
Because then Spielberg had to do the Hitchcockian, minimalist with the shark, and how you really don't see the shark until that epic moment where he's chucking the chum, and you ought to be coming down and chucking some of this bleep, and the shark comes up, and Roy Scheider backs up, and the epic line is he's backing into the cab of the boat saying, we're gonna need a bigger boat. And that minimalist really
plays so well.
It's such a better movie,
because
it's not as gory as it was at times. It could have been, and probably would have been, a lot worse had they been able to shoot it the way they wanted to.
And John Williams music.
Oh, great score.
Makes the movie. And Ken, one of the most controversial parts of the movie, I think you know what I'm talking about. They're out there shooting at dusk, and there's 2 shooting stars that happen above the boat, and they get it perfect. And people are like, oh, they obviously set that up. They faked that or whatever. There was no digital technology out there. They just got lucky and got 2 shooting stars and put it in the movie.
Yep. They were just in the right place at the right time. There's no digital thing in there.
That's right. Exactly.
Nada, right? Digital didn't exist. We're talking 1974 they made this.
Yeah.
The only computers in 1974 were those giant UNIVAC and IBM things. They weren't using them to make movies.
Yeah.
And the other aspect of this was, along with going with what you're saying, because it was all it's so realistic, right? I mean, some people have said, oh, the shark looks kind of cheesy today, right? You can tell it's not a live shark. Actually, it works better. Can you imagine? Oh, we're fighting this computer generated.
It'd look horrible.
It'd look horrible, and it wouldn't be as effective. And so this was really good old school style action filmmaking on one level, right?
Yeah.
And speaking of which, she who opened the film,
Terry,
is actually a stunt person.
Yeah.
Who said, sure, I'll do it. She didn't care.
You know what she's best known for, right, Kent? The lion and the girl. So when she was like 73, 74, she was doing this stunt, and I'm not joking. She rode on the back of a water skiing lion without her top on, and this picture gets taken of her topless, and it ends up in Penthouse, and it becomes this big thing. And when they were thinking about that scene, I don't know who had seen it before, but they were like, hey, remember that? And they had her do the scene, and they beat her up. They dragged her around to make it look more realistic. She got bruised and all beat up in the scene.
Yep. But, would they do that today? No. Right.
No.
I'm just saying, you see all these things that come from back in sort of that was one of here's one of my personal theories.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the movies at the end of the second golden age of Hollywood, right? You have the first one back in the 40s and 50s. And then you have this late 60s to late 70-ish, early 80s at the latest, where you had Spielberg and Coppola and Lucas and blah, 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 all these people revolutionized Hollywood and the way movies were made and made all these great movies. And then this movie was one of the things that got the bean counters back in charge at the studios, because they saw all the movies they could make. And now we have suffered from that for 40 years now.
Yeah. The summer blockbuster. It invented the summer blockbuster, which then they kept trying to copy over and over again.
Over and over and over.
Yeah.
And just for comparative purposes, I did look this up and actually found the number. They opened this on 407 screens.
Oh, wow.
So that was not, in our minds today, 407 is nothing.
Yeah.
Back then, 407 was probably twice as many as any movie had opened on, because the releasing was, you release it in New York and Los Angeles and wherever, Chicago, blah, blah, huge markets, a few screens, get reviews, build it on word of mouth, don't do the big television advertising or anything. This movie, they had to have known what they had, right? The Universal did, because otherwise they wouldn't have spent the money.
Yeah.
But this is the first one with the massive television ad and the quote wide release, and it worked. And then the next year came Star Wars, which kind of missed out of the gate, but then very quickly, did the whole, we're going to expand to 500 screens or whatever it was. And then away you go.
I love the Richard Dreyfuss story. The fact that he thought the movie was going to suck, so he didn't do any of the promotion. Like, he's like, I'm not going to promote this movie. This movie is going to be horrible, and just moved on and did his next movie, which I think wasn't close. And whatever the next movie was, he just moved on to that, and he didn't do any promotion. And then later, people are like, this movie's great. And he goes, what? Really? Making it sucked. It's a good story.
And he even got nominated for like a BAFTA award for acting. Right? And he thought the movie was terrible. The other hilarious Richard Dreyfuss thing is the reason he did this movie is he had just finished The Apprenticeship of Judy Kravitz, right? Which is a really good movie, but he thought it was bad and he thought he was terrible and he thought he'd never get hired again. And he got this offer before that movie opened. So he took this offer to guarantee he'd get at least one more movie.
Crazy.
Well, there's one person in this whole group that has never seen this movie, and I've been waiting to hear what Nick had to think on first viewing of a movie that is almost 50 years old.
So I've been trying to figure out how to organize my thoughts because I have many of them.
Oh, God.
The first thing I would like to say is I think both pop culture and Shark Week have ruined this movie for anybody of my age if this is your first time seeing it.
Really?
Because I say pop culture because I've seen this movie referenced everywhere my entire life.
Yeah.
Right? And then you see these references enough, so then you start to get an idea or a vision in your head of how those references are performed in the movie. So then you kind of have it in your head how it goes. Shark Week has ruined it because this is tied to pop culture. Sharks have been such a major part of pop culture because of this movie that I've just learned about a bunch of things about sharks, and I can't suspend disbelief enough to make me scared of the shark in this movie. At the time, in 1974, I'm sure it was scary because I don't know how in pop culture sharks were.
It was not.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It was
not.
People stopped going to the beach. People literally stopped going to the beach.
Yeah, my mom. Yes. So that was the thing that I remembered, Michael, before I ever saw this movie, was hearing the story of my mom seeing this one summer and how everyone was scared of going swimming, even in pools. Like it scared the crap out of them.
Out of everybody.
There was a moment. This would have been in '76. We were getting ready to leave for a fishing trip to Minnesota, but Grandpa and my dad wanted me to practice fishing in the Fremont Lakes. So we're fishing. We're just casting. We're just horsing around. Nothing serious. I ended up catching this little bluegill, and I reel it in, and the bluegill comes up the pole, and it freaks me out, and I turn around, and I run up the bank carrying the fishing pole with me, meaning that the fish is getting drugged behind me.
Yeah.
because of Jaws.
Yeah.
That's how it was. So, Nick, your point is very valid. For us back then, for Michael and I, for Kent, it's different because we didn't have Shark Week. National Geographic, there weren't a lot of things on sharks. They were very mysterious. We knew about them, but they were a very mysterious creature. But now we got shark shows all the time.
We're oversaturated with shark knowledge.
I agree.
So that was part of it. And then the other part is because this movie has been so ingrained in pop culture between all the quotes and references and everything, I've seen all the good parts of the movie already, but parodied. So then when I saw it in real life, it's like I've only got to experience half the movie, even though it was my first time seeing the whole movie. And the parts that I did experience for the first time is the character interaction, but I didn't get the feeling of seeing the shark for the first time or seeing.
Did Ben Gardner's scene? Did that make you jump? Ben Gardner's head popping out of the bottom of the boat.
Oh man, it gets me.
I laughed at it.
Okay, that scene still. When I go to the theater, they always ask people who is seeing this for the first time, and everybody in there who are Jaws fans watch that person for that scene, and every time they jump, drop their candy. I mean, everybody always gets startled.
See, and I like that. I made a note of that scene because was that one of the first uses of a jump scare in a movie? Is that the start of jump scares? Was that scene?
I don't know. A lot of. When did Dial M for Murder come out, Kent?
In the early 60s.
Yeah, and so that probably is the first one, if I had to guess.
What took me out of that scene was there was a sound effect when the head came out.
Oh, yeah. There was, definitely.
I really liked the sound design of that scene up until there was just that random sound effect. And dead.
Yeah, reverse it.
It took me out of it. That being said, because I knew even how the shark died, I knew that. But the story that, what's his face? Mr. Shark Hunter, what's his name again?
Quint.
The story he told, I knew of the story, but I never heard the full monologue. I never knew the exact story. That part of the movie was the most compelling, 2.5 minutes?
Yeah.
Of a movie that I think I've seen in a very long time, and I was locked in for that entire story.
It's the way he tells it is perfect.
It was so good and so well done.
Yeah.
But it's not that I didn't like this movie. It was just hard for me to experience this movie because I feel like I've experienced it in pieces my entire life.
You know what it is, Nick? To a lesser degree, it's my issue with Office Space. The reason why I never got into Office Space because I'd seen all the best parts and I'd heard all the lines, so it didn't resonate with me. So I think what you bring up about Shark Week and all the other stuff is very valid because 1975, like I mentioned, sharks were very mysterious, creepy, scary, almost prehistoric characters.
Yeah.
For people, especially like Michael and I, who were 6, 7, 8 years old at that time, man. Yeah, I mean, and the other thing, the poster of the movie showing the woman swimming top of the ocean.
Great poster.
Amazingly abnormally large shark with these giant jagged teeth. It's one of the best movie promotional posters of all time.
It's funny because the other deadly fish in the water was the barracuda, and then the piranha, and of course the orca. And they tried to recreate this with all of those fish. And even though the orca movie was pretty good, they couldn't capture it again because the shark is just scarier. It's just the teeth and the way it reacts and the eyes rolling back, those like a doll's eyes. It's just, for whatever reason, it's the perfect villain. I always say it's that and Vader are the two perfect villains in movies.
Which it's interesting because orcas are actually scarier in real life.
Oh, definitely. They kill sharks. They kill sharks. Yeah,
they do.
Yeah, in that movie, there's a scene where they find these sharks that have been killed, and that's how they figure out it's the killer whale that had done it. Yeah.
Well, there it is, Jaws. It's on Max. I'm like Michael. I obviously didn't have the same experience he did, but every time I find it on cable, I end up stopping watching. And it's not even because of the shark. I think it's because of the interpersonal relationships. I think these characters are very well played. Robert Shaw steals the movie for me. I love Quint. He's one of my favorite characters. I still like toasting people with, here's to swimming with bow-legged women.
Yeah. And Ellen Brody was sexy, bro. She came out in that little negligee in the room, and I was like, Oh, look at Ellen Brody. He's doing it. By the way, she was the wife of one of the studio heads. That's how she got the gig.
Correct.
But she did a pretty good job. And then she was in every movie, every one of the Jaws movies, except for, I don't think she was in 3, but she was in 1, 2, 4, and 5, I believe.
Hey, are any of the other Jaw movies watchable? Like
2 is good.
Yeah.
2 is good. Yeah, because Michael's in that, and the traumatic event that happens to him in 1 kind of comes back in 2. I think 2 is actually a pretty good movie. It's a silly ending, but it's pretty good.
Okay.
The rest of them, though, don't.
No, 3, the 3D with Louis Gossett Jr. and 4, The Revenge. Those are horrible.
Yeah, you just need the first one, honestly.
One more quick fun fact I discovered last night. So the 4th of July scene where they have that baseball game playing in the background.
Yeah.
I like when I can hear sports games played in backgrounds of old movies because a lot of the times they used actual games.
They did.
And I think it's fun to pinpoint that one. So out of curiosity, I looked up this one. That was a fake game, but Spielberg used the names of his sound guys.
Oh.
Awesome.
In that scene.
Yeah.
So the pitcher and the guy who caught the ball, I think, or hit the ball. It was a sound guy.
So it was a way to name drop. All right, so that's Jaws. If you want to catch it, it's on Max. It is prediction time for Saturday's game, and Michael will let you lead off. What'd you pick on Big Red Wrap Up?
I went with 38-10. Nebraska's team total is 38.5. The total number is right about there at 48.5. So I went 38-10.
Kent, it's time for a new season.
I can see 52-38.
No, not
Joey, you did it too.
Joey.
Real Kent. We got to get the real Kent first.
Yes.
Real Kent.
My bad.
Real Kent went 42-7. Nebraska.
Oh, okay. A lot of offense. A lot of offense. Okay.
And
This
one
is
more
based
time,
on the
ladies and
fact
gentlemen.
that It's UTEP, right?
Yeah.
One of the historically worst programs in history. I can't imagine they'll hold them down much.
Yeah.
And now for real, what do you say, Evil Kent?
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
Evil Kent.
Wow, that would be if they win 52-38.
Oh my
Godspeed to
God.
Connor Happer and Nick Hanley tomorrow.
Oh.
That would be miserable.
Wow. Wow. Sunday morning would be the same thing.
Oh yeah, good luck to you as well, Michael.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if they give up 38 to you?
No. To the 147th team in Sagarin? No.
That'd be bad.
That's a great reminder that Michael is back with Severe Reaction every Sunday morning at 8. He'll break down the game in his own unique way. Plenty of post-game audio. Sip is usually a regular guest.
Yep.
So make sure you check it out. Severe Reaction right here on 1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. Kent, we'll see you in the press box tomorrow. What is here's another prediction. What's going to be the pregame meal?
It's not cold enough for chili and cinnamon rolls.
Thank God. Thank God.
I
bet you steak sandwich. I'm going to go steak sandwich or pork cutlet.
Pork, yeah, the pork. I was going to go with the pork.
The pork.
Barbecue pork. The barbecue
pork. That's probably right. Barbecue pork. Yeah.
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 But, at some point we're going to get the Valentino's lasagna special too.
And breakfast pizza.
Those are for 11 a.m. games.
Yep.
I
Yep.
guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any of those yet for here?
Not locked in.
Yeah, not locked in.
Not locked in. Not yet, anyway. Kent Wolgamont, Lincoln Journal Star, Michael Severe, special guest, Jaws, the movie this week. Gentlemen, thanks. We'll see you both in the press box tomorrow.
Hey, what are we doing next week, John?
Oh,
Crap. For next
wow,
week.
John.
Yeah.
Is it John's pick?
Yes, John's pick.
It is my pick, and believe it or not, even though I wasn't prepared, I did have one marked down. I got to look it up because the wife actually suggested this, and so I'm hoping.
Is it Civil War? That sounds like her.
Is it Fellowship?
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Hey, you always portray her as being conservative.
Is Civil War streaming now, Michael? That's a good movie.
Well, it's $4.99 still, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not free yet.
Not free yet.
This was a movie suggested by the wife. It's actually just a year old. but it should be on Paramount Plus.
Okay.
It is One Life.
I've never seen that.
I've never heard of this movie.
Never heard of it. One Life?
One Life. It is, hang on.
Is it the one with Anthony Hopkins, John?
Yes.
Yep,
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I like it.
Actually, I didn't remember the title. And it is streaming on Paramount Plus and Apple TV.
Yes.
According to my lovely, in case anybody ever needs to know this, there's an app called Just Watch.
Great app, Kent.
And if you download said app, you can type any movie in there and it'll tell you where it is streaming or if it isn't streaming or where it is if you have to pay $5 for it. It's really useful app.
All right. Yeah, it's a story of a broker who helped rescue Jewish children from Czechoslovakia during World War II.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I didn't remember the name, but as soon as I saw the description, it was like, yep, that's a good movie.
Yep. One Life, Paramount Plus or Apple TV. Gentlemen, thanks.
See you later. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.
There they go. Ken Wolgamott and Michael Severe joining us special. We got more to come. We've got our season prediction. We still got to look at what we think the quarterbacks are going to do this year, and Key Party and a lot more. So stay right there. Still enjoying these delicious cold beer. Yep, cold beer is ready to go. They're getting ready to sell. Come on out to Ralston Days. Plenty of cold beer, plenty of carnival rides, plenty of food trucks, and it's free admission. All you have to do is show up, and it's free admission here at Ralston Days, Liberty First Credit Union Arena, 72nd and L on 1620 The Zone. going to change up the order on things here a little bit so we can get back on schedule. First off, Nick, go see if you can borrow that menu over there. I just want to tell them what they can get.
I'll go borrow the menu.
So I can tell folks what they're able to get. Again, thanks to Pedro for buying us our Coors. I can see some of the beers that are there, but I want to have the full menu of what you can get here at Ralston Days. By the way, all the beers are tall boys, so the 16 ounces, Coors, Miller, Coors Banquet, Miller Lite, Busch Light, Bud Light, Mick Ultra, White Claw. There's also cocktails, daiquiris, and watermelon mojitos. And for the kids or the adults who are driving, Pepsi products, raspberry tea, and more. And just like Memorial Stadium, cashless, credit card only. So
Let's go. We love Ralston Days.
That's
Ralston Days.
Yeah, so you get So
I'll keep it right there.
Yeah, all right. So that's what you can look forward to here
Nice.
all week long here at Ralston Days. So as I said, we're going to change things up a little bit because when we get to the key party, usually we do this right ahead of the key party, but we still have to get to what our expectations are of the quarterback. So let's look at some historical and betting trends for this Saturday's game against UTEP. First ever meeting between the Huskers and the Miners. Nebraska has lost 5 of their last 6 and 4 straight openers.
Ooh.
Dude, remember, John, yes, you're going to say the same thing I was.
They had a streak from...
It was 29 years, right? I think it was 86 until 2015 when they lost to BYU.
That's right. 85, they lost to Florida State on an abysmally hot day on national TV. But they went from 86 until,
2015 is when they lost to BYU in Mike Riley's first game on the Hail Mary.
Where they did not lose an opener. But they have now lost 5 of their last 6 and 4 straight openers. This is the longest streak of opening game losses since losing 6 straight.
Unreal.
From 1942 to 1947. The streak stops tomorrow.
Yes, it's going to end tomorrow.
This is the 5th all-time Husker game to be played on August the 31st.
Oh.
Nebraska is 4-1 on those dates, but the only loss was last year.
Oh, good Lord.
The first game on August the 31st was 1995, Thursday night, on ESPN. Nebraska went to Oklahoma State and beat the Pokes 64-21. Lawrence Phillips had a huge game. Amon Green scored his first career touchdown as a true freshman. Nebraska has never lost an August home game. They are 10-0. They are just 4-5 against the spread.
Oh,
that is a very Rob Anderson stat, John. Games played on August 31st. I can tell you've been hanging out a lot with Rob.
Yeah, it's the baseballification of football stats.
Yeah,
well, that's what we do here in the history segment. Nebraska is just 6-4 in their last 10 home games. They're 3-7 in all home games against the spread. That's their last 10. In their last 30 games in Memorial Stadium, Nebraska is just 11-19 against the spread. In their last 10 home games, favored by 27 or more, the spread is at 27.5. Nebraska is 5-5 against the number and has failed to cover 3 of the last 4 times.
Wow.
And in the last 19 games, Nebraska has been favored by 27 or more. The under has been the play.
Whoa, interesting.
Of those games.
Interesting.
And real quick on UTEP, the Miners are just 2-8 as a road underdog in their last 10 such spots, 4-6 against the spread. The over has been the play in 7 of those 10 games. Both of the straight-up wins as a road underdog happened last year. They beat Michael's Sam Houston State, and they won at Florida International. The Miners have covered the last 3 games as an underdog. But as a road dog of 27 or more points, UTEP is just 1-8-1 against the spread. They have only won twice against the spread as a 27-point or greater dog, dating all the way back to 2004.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I've read quite a few things from like their local media, and there definitely seems to be a belief that there's not a way that this team keeps it close, or certainly has a chance to win this game. New coaching staff, they're making changes up and down the roster. It's going to be really hard. Barringer fan says no opening day loss tomorrow outside of an ISU-ish turnover game. I can't see any way UTEP can win. Yeah, dare I say it, John? They're not losing. Like, there's no chance that they lose tomorrow. The question is just going to be, are we, when we hop on the air tomorrow on Big Red Overreaction, is everybody feeling good? Or are people saying, oh no, here we go again? That Colorado game could be pretty bad next Saturday.
More to come on tomorrow's game with the Key Party, but straight up next, we're going to look at the quarterback position as we wrap up our week-long look position by position and what would represent a good season. That and more. The happy hour is coming up. It is a One Beer Friday. I can think of no better place on this beautiful Friday afternoon than to head on down to Liberty First Credit Union Arena and Ralston Days, the beer garden, the carnival rides, all the great food trucks.
Looks like they're getting the TVs set up too.
TVs are getting set up. Free admission all weekend long. Tonight all the way through Monday. Free admission. So even if you can't make it tonight, make sure you come on out, enjoy the carnival rides, enjoy the food trucks, and for you adults, enjoy the beverages, the ice-cold beverages here, right outside of Liberty First Credit Union Arena in Ralston, 72nd and L. Back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct right after this on 1620 The Zone. But first, a word from my good friends at Lindley Clothing. The new fall styles are already coming in. I don't know where John and Marlene and the staff are going to put all of this stuff, because with Lindley Clothing and Well Suited right next door, they already were bursting at the seams with some of the best looking and best brands in all of menswear. They've got Omaha's best selection of menswear. Brands like Bugatti, Tommy Bahama, Johnny O, Alberto, David Donahue, and a whole lot more. And located at 132nd and Dodge, plenty of parking right out front. You're going to find a great look. I mean a great look, because the wide selection gives you a whole bunch to choose from. And with two tailors on site ready to help get that thing fitted just right, everything's done in-house. So you're not going to have to take it anywhere else. You're not going to have to wait. They can handle it all right there in-house at Lindley Clothing and Well Suited, 132nd and Dodge. If you want to look your best for this fall, now is the time to check out Omaha's best prices and Omaha's best selection. That's Lindley Clothing and Well Suited, 132nd and Dodge in Linden Market. Back here at Liberty First Credit Union Arena, Ralston Days, kicking off this weekend and running all the way through Monday. Come on out and enjoy the free admission with Carnival Rides, food, trucks, and we are in the beer garden right now, where we hope will be well populated and folks will be having a good time. Should have good weather all this weekend long.
It's beautiful out.
Nice on yourself.
Nice, Nick.
Stuff there.
I know what I'm doing.
Let's get to our final position. We've been looking position group by position group and trying to ask the question and get the answer. What would represent a good season? And today we saved the best for last. It's the quarterback, a.k.a. Dylan Raiola.
You want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
So we went through earlier our 10 questions, and I'm going to play off of that for my first one, and that is this: fewer than 10 interceptions in non-garbage time situations. So, look, John, in the end, if Nebraska has a season with 13 interceptions, but if 4 of them happened because Heinrich Harburg was on the field late, or Daniel Kalen was on the field late, or Jalen Gramstad was on the field late, I'm not going to judge those interceptions negatively because Nebraska was up by 24 or down by 30 against Ohio State and threw a pick. Fewer than 10 in non-garbage time situations. That would mark less than 1 per game. I thought about adding in total turnovers. I don't really know how many fumbles we can expect to see from Raiola / the other quarterbacks, just given that we don't expect the quarterback run game to be involved a whole lot. So I just decided to go straight up interceptions. And again, fewer than 10, less than 1 per game ultimately over the course of the season. And this is kind of a question, John, and again, I guess it goes off of our 10 questions a little bit earlier. You and I predicted how many yards we both think Dylan Raiola will throw for this year. I was a shade under 3,000. You were a shade over 3,000. And so I'm going to phrase this one in the form of a question. Can Raiola perform in such a way where we would allow ourselves to believe that he could be a 4,000-yard passer or a 35 plus touchdown guy in the same season? Those numbers are lofty at Nebraska. They would mark the best season in the history of a quarterback that we have ever seen around here. If he throws for over 3,000 yards in his first year, let's say we smash our 2 numbers together earlier. You had 3,100 plus passing yards. I had 28 touchdowns. If he puts together a season like that, I will believe that he can get to 4,000 yards at some point in his career inside of one season. Certainly, if he scores 28 touchdowns, throws 28 touchdowns in year 1, I definitely believe that he could be a guy that throws 35 or more in a season. This is going to be more vibes, I think, than anything. And I do wonder, of course, what a good season could mean for Nebraska in the portal and recruiting straight up and signing them. And then I did have a small third one, and this is, I don't know, it feels pretty obvious, but just given what we saw from the quarterbacks last year, maybe not so much. Get the ball to pass catchers where they can actually run after the catch. Last year, Fedoni was jumping high. He was going down into shoelaces. He was having to reach behind him. All the receivers had to do that at various points last year. Get the guys the ball in space that allow them to run and pick up some of that extra yardage that could be there, that is there for them. We saw that last night. Colorado picked up a lot of yards after the catch. Heck, even NDSU picked up a lot of yards after the catch. So fewer than 10 interceptions in garbage time or in non-garbage time situations, rather. Can he perform in a way, Raiola, that is, where a 4,035 touchdown season could seem realistic, and then allow for the receivers and tight ends and running backs to catch the ball in some space and pick up some yards?
Well, for me, this is the math problem, right? And so I'm going to try to puzzle together the math problem. The first math problem is the path to 5,000 yards. 5,000 yards would basically place Nebraska right smack dab in the middle of the country in terms of top offenses in the nation. It would be the 65th placed team on average the last 5 years. So the first question is, how many rushing yards do you get? How many of those 5,000 yards come off of rushing yards? And if you look at the last 5 years, they have averaged 1,400 yards rushing by the running backs. This is taking out quarterback rush yards. So we're just looking at running back rushing yards. So 1,400 yards, which means the path to 5,000 would mean a 3,500-yard passing season. So the running backs are going to have to up that productivity if you're going to make 5,000 yards. So what I did was I looked at, I think Connor yesterday mentioned if Nebraska could get to 160 yards rushing per game.
Mm-hmm.
If they do that, that equates over a 13-game season to almost 2,100 yards rushing.
Okay.
Now that's quite a bit ahead of the 5-year average.
Oh yeah.
But remember the quarterback's not taking away carries from you; it's strictly running backs. So what I also looked at, and I ran the numbers on all these different things from 150 yards per game rushing to 200 yards per game rushing. By the way, last time that Nebraska averaged 150 yards rushing per game by its running backs was 2015.
Wow.
2015.
Just shows how difficult it is.
It does show how difficult it is. And if they got to the 150 mark, it would require Dillon to throw for 235 yards per game through the air, which would equate to a 3,000-yard season. So, again, we're trying to create the math problem to get to 5,000. So, how much of that comes from the running backs? How much of that comes from the quarterbacks? And so when you look at, just how many yards it's going to take to do it, consider that of the top 10 passing seasons in Nebraska football history, just getting to 3,000 yards would put Dylan Raiola in the top 5 all-time at Nebraska, right behind Tommy Armstrong, who threw for 3,030 yards in 2015. The point is this. There's a good chance that for Nebraska to make the math work to 5,000, Dillon is going to have to be a top 5 passing quarterback in Nebraska football single season history. Joe Gans, by the way, has the record at 3,568. So that's the yards math problem. But as Bo Pelini once said, it's about the points, ma'am. Touchdowns. So we're looking at 45 touchdowns this season. That, again, that's median. That'd be 65th place in the country. Nebraska last year just had 27 touchdowns, 120th in the nation.
Good
so
Lord.
Looking at the running backs, how many touchdowns did the running backs contribute over the last 5 full seasons, not counting 2020? The average is 12.6. So the scoring math, again, based on a 13-game schedule, if you could get 16 touchdowns out of the running backs, which the last time that happened was 2019, that would require Dillon, or the quarterbacks in general, but we're going to just say Dillon, to throw for 29 touchdowns. If the running backs could get to 20, and I know there could be defensive scores, it could be a special team score, but
heck, John, the quarterback could have a rushing touchdown. Heinrich Harburg could have a rushing touchdown. Yeah,
exactly. Getting to 20 touchdowns, that would require Dillon to throw for 25 touchdowns,
basically 2 a game.
By the way, the last time Nebraska was 20 or above was in 2014 when the running backs accounted for 32 touchdowns. Amir had 22 all by his lonesome.
Good Lord.
The reason why I bring that up, and I mentioned this when you made your prediction about Dillon's touchdown passes, the single season record at Nebraska for touchdown passes was Zach Taylor in his Big 12 offensive player of the year season in 2006. He threw for 26 touchdowns. So for the math to work,
he has to be the best ever.
Is going to have to be in the top 5 of not only yards thrown in a single season, but maybe even in touchdown passes to make the math work if Nebraska is to be a middle-of-the-road offensive team in terms of yards, offensive team in terms of touchdowns.
Okay, so what marks a good season then?
I think it's what I identified earlier. I think Dillon's got to be over 3,000 yards. I think he's got to be north of 20 touchdowns, and the interceptions have to stay, as you said, in single digits.
Okay.
And and we haven't even really mentioned completion percentage, but
well north of 60, right? 65.
Do I dare say 65?
Yeah.
Is 65 asking a lot out of a
freshman?
I don't
know. It's a great question. It's an important completion percentage number though to reach. I mean, John, if he is a 3,000-yard passer, if he's getting close to 30 touchdowns, I think he probably would be a 65% passer. Because if not, that means that they're throwing the ball a ton, but they're not completing it. So I mean, it's funny. All of this discussion is essentially going back to a variety of things that we have discussed specifically today. If the completion percentage is down, that means that the run-pass ratio is way out of whack, probably in a way that I predicted a little bit earlier as well.
So there you go. That's what we look at as far as what would be a good season for the quarterbacks. Essentially, a good season would be one of the top 5, whether it's Josh's metrics, my metrics, top 5 passing season in Nebraska football history.
And heck, the touchdown passes one, if he gets to 30, he is the best. That is literally the best of all time in year one.
Okay, coming up next, Key Party. Predictions. And yes, we had something happen in predictions that has never happened before.
I love first-time things.
We'll find out what that first-time thing is and get you ready for Saturday's game when we continue. We're live at Ralston Days, Liberty First Credit Union Arena, and a One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain Brewing. Coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink? Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
It is One Beer Friday, brought to you by Cross Strain Brewing, and Nick's going hard in the paint. He's going hard in the paint today. But today's One Beer Friday, we're going with the Crosstoberfest, which is their barrel-aged Oktoberfest beer. And, of course, everything Cross Strain does is top-notch.
Oh, yeah.
But it's another new one that I have not tried yet. Last night, and I need to look this up because I'm terrible with names. But when I got home,
My name's Nick.
When I got home last night, I had a Cross Strain in the refrigerator. And I'm like, I have not had this one yet. What is this? What is this unique beer? And it was, I'm looking this up. I'm stalling here as I look this up.
Yeah, I can tell.
This Oktoberfest, this Crosstoberfest is very good, by the way.
Where the heck is it? Man, they have so many good beers. But I had it was a summer beer. It was a summer wheat beer. I'm looking for the exact name. I can't find it. But it was awesome. And I'm like, I need another one. But I didn't have another one.
They brew this in barrels like you would with whiskey?
Yes. That's why it's called barrel aged, Nick.
Good job, Nick. You're figuring things out. Guys, you see, it says barrel aged. So I did a little Googling, and I learned that means they age it in barrels.
Yeah, age it in barrels.
Listen, I'm here to do research.
Yep. Good work.
Thank you.
But either way, thank you once again to our friends at Cross Strain for presenting One Beer Friday. Whatever it is you are drinking, and boy, if you're not celebrating this weekend, then you must not have a pulse, because we finally made it. Football season is here. We are underway, and Nebraska will kick off tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. And don't forget, Big Red Overreaction will immediately follow the game right here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg against the UTEP Miners. We're here at Liberty First Credit Union Arena, a great place to enjoy a One Beer Friday, and they are now open, OPEN, for business. Free admission, carnival rides, food trucks, and the beer garden, which is where we are. By the way, we are right outside the main doors, so just think of where the main doors are, off 72nd and L. Beer garden is here. Come enjoy and just have fun, relax this Labor Day weekend.
And when you do enjoy a One Beer Friday, be sure to use hashtag One Beer Friday and at CrossStrain on Twitter.
Yeah.
And then you can win a $25 gift card.
Oh, to Cross Strain?
To Cross Strain.
That is a heck of a prize. Awesome.
We're going to get our keys to the game coming up. We still got our predictions coming up as well. And I know we spent some time today in the crossover talking about Colorado. We asked our friend Kelly Ford, kfordratings.com, about Colorado.
Are we about to talk about Colorado again, John?
No. We're going to respect the opponent. We're going to respect the opponent. We're going to respect UTEP because, as Matt Rule said, hey, these guys are coming in. They're coming in to win. Scotty, the head coach Scotty Walden, said, we're not coming in here for a bye game, even though they are getting a cool one.
They are, yeah. It is a bye game.
It is, but they're not coming in to play this as a bye game. I think, Josh, this is a very unique challenge for Nebraska. Not that it's a challenge that says, oh, crap, they're going to lose this one, and we're going to continue that stretch of 4 now and make it 5 straight losing games in openers. But the fact that it is a new-look team, you've got a lot of dudes that came over with Walden from Austin Peay, and that helps shrink the window of, just trying to get acclimated to a new offense. When you're bringing in, they're going with the quarterback that he brought with him, Locklear. He's going to start at quarterback. So you've got a guy who's been through the system. Top running back has been through the system, Javon Jackson. Trey Goodman, 721 yards last year for Austin Peay, has been through the system. One of their top guys in the back end of the defense, Xavier Smith, freshman All-American in FCS.
Has he been through the system?
He's been through the system.
Wow.
So you're going to have guys who are seasoned, right? You're going to have guys who are seasoned. So while, yes, UTEP is historically one of the worst teams around in FBS, I think they're going to come into this game a little more dangerous than they might have if, let's say, last year's team were coming in.
They're going to come into the game with a system.
And so that's why I think if you want an oddly specific prediction, I think I mentioned this yesterday, an oddly specific prediction, don't be surprised if UTEP scores the first time they have the ball.
Well, John, they're going to be using pace. They're going to be using space. And, normally you would say, awesome. Game number 1 for a program, game number 1 for a coaching staff, game number 1 for all these players. There are going to be a ton of hiccups along the way. But given what you just said about the knowledge and about how they have worked within this coaching staff before, and these players have worked with each other before, it certainly shortens, maybe some of those issues early on in a year. And so while I think that there will still be hiccups for UTEP, I'm guessing that they're going to have a drive where it looks fairly easy tomorrow. I would be surprised if that didn't happen, whether it's the first drive of the game or whether it's another time in the first half when the score is still well in doubt, where they're going to, clip off a couple of first downs. We saw it last night. Colorado was able to do it. We saw it with North Dakota State. They were able to do it. Just kind of ride some of that early mow, get a first down, get to the line of scrimmage, pick up 7 yards, get to the line of scrimmage, get another first down, and suddenly the defense is on the heels, and then suddenly they're in the end zone for a touchdown. I expect that to happen. It's just mitigating those opportunities, and certainly how you respond to one of those moments. What did you say yesterday? Turn the murmurs into fervors? Like, I don't think that, UTEP going down and scoring is going to result in a ton of murmurs if it happens one time in the first half. That's a late game situation, in my opinion. But certainly, how you respond to a situation like that, how you respond to a good drive from UTEP, how the offense does after UTEP goes down the field and scores a touchdown. All of those things, given how much we've been singing the praises of this team and this program throughout the offseason, John. Well, tomorrow now they're actually going to play a game, and they're going to get punched in the face at some point in time. How do they respond to getting punched in the face? How do they respond to that pace, that space, moving down the field, maybe with a little more ease than people would like? I'm looking forward to seeing what happens when that unfolds.
One of the other things we just spent the last segment, I was kind of talking about the math problem. I think there's another math problem in tomorrow's game, and that is Matt Rule says he intends to play all 4 running backs. If you figure that this might be a 75, 80 play game, let's just go 80. That's 40 and roughly 40 plays a half. How do you rotate 4 backs through 40 plays? That's going to be rather interesting. And Josh, one of my pet peeves last year was about how E.J. Barthel rotated the running backs.
Oh, yeah. So I'm guessing you loved that news earlier this week.
I don't like it. I don't disagree, or I don't dislike the idea that they want to give everybody a shake to find out who is the best. It's unfortunate that through spring ball and through training camp, they weren't able to separate 1, 2, 3, and 4. But man, it's hard. It's hard for a running back to really get going if you're literally having to split up 40-ish plays per half among 4 guys. So that's going to put a premium on when you are out there, you better shine, because you're not going to get that many opportunities to really get your lather built up and get some momentum going for you, because you never know. You might be in there for 1 or 2 plays, and then all of a sudden, whap, you're out. So that's going to be one thing I'll be very fascinated to watch for tomorrow, is how the running game looks just in general, but also how they're going to split all those carries between 4 guys over the course of a game.
100%. And the pressure that it puts on the backs when they're on the field in those situations, do they respond well to that, or do they respond poorly to that? I'm looking forward to seeing how these backs look. There's going to be one newbie that we haven't seen before in Dante Dowdell. And then there's going to be not Terrell Newby. And then there are going to be guys returning from injuries. And then there's going to be a player in Emmett Johnson who finished out last season as the guy in the final 6 games. And so there's a variety of stuff that is going to be on the field from that position tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to it. And look, man, I know that this is basic as hell. I'm just so excited to get to watch Dylan Raiola tomorrow. Ever since that December, I still remember, because I had the day off. I remember that Monday when all these rumors suddenly pop up right around 5 o'clock, and it's like Dylan Raiola is, what was it? The Wilt Fong suddenly turned in a crystal ball or whatever it was, and off to the races everybody went. And then he signs with Nebraska. And so what some people doubted even in that moment turned into something real. Well, then he shows up on campus. He goes through spring. It seems like things are going well. By the time that we get to training camp, it's obviously going to be him. It's just a matter of when they make the announcement, not if they make the announcement. We finally get that 10 days ago, 9 days ago, and now he is about to be on the field. Like this season could be the beginning of Nebraska returning to form. We will be giving our record predictions. I know that the range that you are in, the range that I am in. We definitely think they're going to get back to a bowl game. Is this the beginning of something special for Nebraska football and for Matt Rule? I think it potentially could be. And so I think he is certainly a large catalyst to all of that. And just, the excitement of getting to watch a new player on a team that you watch or cover, root for, whatever it is. Like, I love that. I love that with my favorite teams. I love that with the teams that I cover. And whether it's the wide receivers and Banks and Nayor, the young guys, Carter Nelson, what happens with the defense in year 2 under Tony White. Like, I'm excited for all of that stuff. But obviously, I am most excited to watch Dylan Raiola and just to see what he looks like as a quarterback for Nebraska.
Well, let's get to our season predictions and what we think the record is going to be. Yes, the other day we identified the will win, should win, might win, won't win coin flip games. K Ford has 2 games in the will win category, 5 in the should win category, 2 coin flips, 2 might, and 1 won't win. The overall projection is 7 and 5. I made a couple of changes to what K Ford identified. I've got 2 games, UTEP and UNI in the will win category. I've got Illinois, Purdue, Wisconsin, and UCLA in the should win category, which is north of 60%, between 60 and 80% win percentage. Coin flip games, pretty self-explanatory. Colorado, Rutgers, Indiana, and Iowa. 1 game in the might win category, which is about a 20 to 40% chance of winning, and that's USC. And 1 game in the won't win category, less than 20% chance, Ohio State. Josh, I said yesterday during the roundtable over at Oscars that I was vacillating between 2 numbers.
Yep.
And one of those numbers is 8.
Yep.
The other number I was vacillating was 9. I was about ready to shake hands with Mike Schaefer.
Madman.
I'm going to stop at 8. I'm going to pick 8 and 4 this season. And the only reason I won't go to 9 is I do have hesitations about the running game. I have hesitations about special teams. If you're going to win close games, you better make some kicks. I'm a little worried that with Alvano's injury and a new kicker in hole coming in, I'm not sure if Nebraska can trust a kicker inside of 45 yards, which in this day in football, you have to if you're going to win a lot of tight games. So that's one of the reasons why I'm bumping it down. But I still think that 8 wins are there. I like Nebraska to take out all of the 6 games I've identified as wills and shoulds. I think Nebraska ends up winning 1 of the coin flip games. And as I identified earlier, I think Nebraska can win at USC.
Yep.
And so I'm going to go 8-4 in the regular season this year.
So I was someone who had been debating between 7-5 and 8-4, and you have my predictions right now, or my categories where I have 3 games in the will, 3 games in the should, 3 games in the coin flip, 2 games in the might, and 1 in the won't. And I think ultimately where I have settled, John, because I had been the beginning of the offseason, I was 7-5. Over the course of the summer, I was 8-4. I don't know why the Teddy Prohaska injury kind of threw me a little bit. I dipped back down into 7-5, and then I did the exercise that Happer does of the chunkies. And so I went games 1 through 4, and I found myself thinking, I think they'll go 4-0 in that chunk. And then I looked at the next group of teams, which is Indiana, which is Rutgers, which is Purdue, and obviously Ohio State. And I found myself thinking about those and almost forcing myself to pick 2-2 versus 3-1. And so then I was like, okay, so that probably means I'm going to ultimately settle on 7-5, because if you're 4-0, then you're 2-2. That means you're at 6. There's no way that they're able to go better than 1-3 in the Final Four, right? And yet, when I look at those Final Four games, I find myself thinking that they're going to be 2-2. And so I'm the same way as you are. I think they're going to go 8-4. I think in a way, the season is going to be a bit predictable. I think they're going to go 3-0 in the will win games. I think they're going to go 0-1 in the won't win games. I think in the should win games, they're probably looking at a 3-0 year for me. I think in the might win games, like that's where it gets interesting. It's like the might and the coin flip. I think that this is finally going to be the year where it dips into a better category. I think they're going to beat Colorado. I think that this is finally the year that they beat Wisconsin. I think to go back to what you said, like 8-4 versus 9-3, 8-4 versus 7-5. It's going to come down to a couple of games. I think the difference between 8-4 and 9-3 ultimately will be Iowa. But I guess if I have Iowa as a loss and I have them 8-4, that means I have them entering Black Friday with only 3 losses. So I think that it's going to be a fun season, man. I think that they are worthy of this prognostication for the first time in quite some time.
So we both are 8-4 boys.
Yeah, you both are 8-4 boys.
Nick?
What is that supposed to mean?
It means I have my prediction too.
Oh, yeah? You do, huh?
I do.
What do you think?
So about a month ago, I decided to settle on 7-5.
Okay.
But the longer I've had to marinate on that decision, and
you're going 6-6 because you're picking Northern Iowa.
The more things that have come out, especially the video of Coach Rule in the Chasing 3 documentary, and he was talking about the players folding as soon as there's an audience. And I'm not saying they're going to do that all the time, but something like that is not a quick fix. And as much as I think Dylan Raiola is going to do really well for this program, he's still a freshman. And I think that he just has room to grow. So I'm going to say 6-6, not because I think they're going to lose. Not because I think they're going to lose to Northern Iowa, but because this is a weird season.
I was joking.
This is a weird season of college football we've already seen so far. And if in the very short time I've spent covering Nebraska in Nebraska media, something dumb always happens over the season. There's always a dumb loss. And the hope is that there isn't a dumb loss, but there's always a dumb loss. And that dumb loss is going to be the reason they go 6-6.
This is not a great advertisement for cross-strain.
No. Cody says, I figured Nick would only predict the non-conference games.
I should have.
All right. Well, there you go. There's our...
Hey, they're getting a bowl game.
They are getting a bowl game. They are getting a bowl game.
That is true. All right. Coming up next, the key party and predictions. We've got prop bets on the game on Saturday and our picks for the big games this weekend. We're live here at Liberty First Credit Union Arena. The beer garden is open. Icy cold beverages. And even got a couple of cocktails over there as well. The food trucks are open. Some great selections, different food trucks over there. Try out all the different awesome eats and the carnival rides. Best part is admission is free.
Free.
So all you have to do is show up and help support some of these great local businesses here at Liberty First Credit Union Arena. We are outside of the parking lot. It is a gorgeous day, an absolutely beautiful day. The wind has even died down since we got here. We'll be back with our key party and our picks for the game on Saturday. I'm guessing this is one of those 6 that Nick is picking to lose. Next on 1620 The Zone.
The best time at your party. Thank you very much.
John, it's the key party. John, it's the key party. John doesn't realize that it's the key party right now. He's just talking and talking and talking.
Sue, right? Sue came over and said hi. She works here nearby and wanted to come by and say hi. She says she misses, well, she said she did miss seeing you.
That's not true. I bet she's a huge fan of my work.
Yeah, yes, very, very much. Thank you,
Sue. Thanks for listening, Sue.
Bye. I didn't know how much time we had left. I apologize. But
You're
anyway,
good. Hey, Theo says that Nick had the best Husker spread predictions last year. There's no way in hell that's true.
Theo loves to tell me when I'm right, and he did it a lot.
Well, Theo also, it might be on crack.
I can't believe you would be so rude to a kind and generous friend of the program.
Is it rude or is it just being truthful?
He participates in all of our stuff.
Yeah,
he does. He does. Thanks for listening, Theo.
Well, I guess it's time for the key party. Didn't we have a?
We do have a key party open.
Did we have an open there?
He just played it. He was playing the key party open.
Okay.
Good Lord.
Again, Sue came over and said hi, and I had to say hi.
I missed it too.
Do I have to play it again?
No, I heard it.
Does it still sound awesome?
Wow. It sounded great, Nick. I thought you did a great job with the key party open.
I worked hard on it.
Josh, it's time for the key parties. They are keys to the game. What do you got for me?
Well, the first one is Paula John Bishop, and that does not mean ignore the radio show that you are hosting.
I was not ignoring the radio show.
But you know what? What you just did,
I was talking to the people.
It kind of does fit with what we're talking about here. And so what I'm going to say is Paula John Bishop, talk! UTEP's offense is one, as we just discussed in the previous segment. They're going to move with a lot of pace. They're going to have guys out in space. And many times, again, in openers, we have seen over the course of the first few games of the season, these favored teams, they're caught off guard a little bit. A drive goes right down the field, and they're able to take advantage. I thought Colorado, now they were the favorite yesterday, but Colorado did it against NDSU. But I thought NDSU did that very, very well. Also, the Black Shirts need to be on their keys. They need to do something that someone like Nick, Gen Z, does not like doing, and that is talk to each other. John, they can't text in the defensive backfield. Hey, Buford, you got to move over. You got to defend number 70. They can't do that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get your signal because I wasn't looking at my snap face.
I was on TikTok.
That's all they have to do.
You can't TikTok in the defensive backfield. So in all seriousness, talk to each other.
Snap facing in football. That's what Belichick said.
Make sure that you're communicating. Pull a John Bishop. I did mention earlier, this is game one for a new staff, but as John mentioned, also there are new pieces. So I ultimately wonder if that could be a wash. The next one, sharing is caring, and I'm talking about the wide receiver and tight end room. John, we have gone through every position group a million times this offseason, and think about the number of times that various wide receivers, various tight ends come up on a regular basis. I was sitting this morning, and I was like, give myself 5 to 10 seconds and just write down as many names as possible. Banks, Nayor, Lloyd, Coleman, Carter, Fedoni, Barney. Again, that was just in a very short amount of time. Right now, it is a huge group of players. We're looking at 3 deep on the wide receivers. We're looking at probably 2 deep in the tight end room of guys that we think could be regular contributors. Eventually, that number is going to get smaller, but it is game one. Spread the ball around. Find some of that in-game chemistry. I've heard very good things about the chemistry Raiola and Fedoni have had. I've heard good things about the chemistry that Raiola and Banks have had. I'm expecting those two to be hits. Who else, though, can be a hit over the course of this season? You can find out starting tomorrow. Third key, Stumanji. I'm sticking with offense for this one because yet again, I found myself one more time thinking about the incredible numbers that Stumanji put together. And I know that over the course of this season, I'll be dipping back into the Stumanji sack, if you will. So we'll call this Stumanji key number 1. Talking about the running back room and the issues that they have had. 374 carries at the FBS level. Only one of those has gone for more than 30 yards. I don't know how many times I brought this stat up in the last few weeks, but I know it's been a lot. How about an update from Stumanji tomorrow night where he has to add at least 2 carries of 30 yards or more, or maybe 3. I think that this is going to be something that will be on my to-watch list tomorrow and over the course of the entire season. So Stumanji, the first key from him all year, and that's going to be getting 3 runs, 2 or 3 runs above 30 yards. I don't know how much I'll have a chance to listen to Big Red Overreaction tomorrow. Might be a Sunday listen for me as I come back to Omaha. But one of the things that I want when I tune in, John, no mention of Ed. And of course, I'm talking about Foley and not our friends out at Roncalli. Cam Thomas, he'll be the returning guy of punts for UTEP tomorrow. Last season at Austin P, he had 2 punt returns for touchdowns. whether it is allowing a touchdown to get scored on a punt return, the general struggles in general for that side or that facet of the game. If I'm listening to Big Red Overreaction and I hear Ed Foley's name mentioned multiple times without even seeing the game, I know that things have not gone very well for Nebraska. So fourth key, no mention of Ed Foley on the post-game call-in shows or in any of the columns. And finally, the fresh faces. We've mentioned a few of them over the course of today. Obviously, Dylan Raiola, Carter Nelson, Ja'Cory Barney, Vincent Shavers, Amari Sanders. Mitch Sherman had those 5 guys as 5 that he thinks will play for sure tomorrow. Are there any others that will play tomorrow? We spent so many words on Raiola, the special moment that this could be. And it's interesting, John, going back to something I said in the previous segment. If this is going to be the beginning of the next iteration of Husker football, the 2024 group, the 2023 group, I think that those are going to be incredibly impactful players. Let's see if we can get a good idea on how solid these players are in this game, but certainly with an eye towards next week. So talk on defense, spread the ball around, get some carries above 30 yards. Let's not talk about bad special teams, and let's see what happens with some of those young players tomorrow. Those are my 5 keys.
All right, my key party, we start with don't panic. Fast-paced new offenses have a leg up on defenses in these openers. We saw it last night, Colorado, North Dakota State. We also saw it last weekend, Florida State, Georgia Tech. Don't be alarmed if Skylar Locklear leads UTEP down the field and scores on the first drive. It's another reason, actually, I would like to see Nebraska take the ball first if they have the opportunity, because offenses with very little tape on them, and both of these offenses are going to be foreign to the other. I mean, Matt Rule and the staff, Tony White, have had to piece together things. A little bit of Austin Peay, a little bit of UTEP, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's hard to get like cohesive tape. Same thing with UTEP looking at Nebraska. They haven't seen Dylan Raiola before. They haven't seen these receivers. They've had to piece together some stuff from Nayor, where he was, and also with Banks. So I think the offenses have the leg up. I would like to see Nebraska take the ball first, because sometimes it's got to be seen in person before it is stopped. Number 2, control the controllables. You're the better conditioned team. You have the better athletes. Don't try to overextend yourself. Don't cover up for others. Trust the man next to you to carry out their assignment. That's where mistakes happen, where multiple mistakes happen, where somebody misses their assignment, somebody else recognizes it, and then tries to do 2 things at once. Trust the man next to you to do their assignment. Also, hang on to the ball, make the plays you can make. If you just do those simple things, the rest will take care of themselves in a game like this. Don't get trapped in the tunnel. Rule mentioned this on Monday. New offensive coordinator for UTEP is Jake Brown. He's one guy we saw last year because he was the OC at Louisiana Tech. There were a couple of plays, and Rule mentioned this on Monday. They nearly popped a couple of tunnel screens versus Nebraska last year. One got stopped on a nice play by Butler. The other one, they kind of stopped themselves. That tunnel screen game also helped break the game open at Boulder last year. There's no question, with a lot of returning players back for Nebraska, that Brown may try to go back to that bag of tricks with this offense, different guys, and try to do the same thing. So be careful and don't get trapped in the tunnel. Number 4 is protect the franchise. Dylan Raiola was brought here to win games, but he can't do it when he's lying on his back. I think part of the consternation about the running backs might be finding that right combination, not only the guys that can break those 30-yard runs you mentioned, but also who can protect the quarterback. Maurice Westmoreland could be an issue for Nebraska's tackle situation tomorrow. He led Conference USA in sacks a year ago, so you might need that extra. In fact, you will need that extra protector in the backfield. Also, I'd like to see the screen game. Nebraska running their own screen game as an extension of the run game. There were a couple of screens run in the spring game. I watched that and I was like, am I sure I'm watching Nebraska here? Because I can't remember the last time Nebraska executed the screen game with consistency in a regular game. So I'd like to see that as well. And then finally, number 5, build some confidence. Nebraska's got 2 position groups that are big ifs right now. For the running backs, I just want to see a solid day. I'm going to downplay what you said earlier, Josh. I don't need to see big plays. Just be solid. Also, be ready when the bell rings because apparently everybody's going to be playing early. And for the kickers, get in position to make some easy ones, or better yet, just score a whole bunch of touchdowns and make it a PAT heavy day. There's my keys. There's Josh's keys. Coming up next, our predictions. What do we think is going to happen in this game and the other games of note in college football? That is straight ahead. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct live from Liberty First Credit Union right in the parking lot. We're outside of the arena, right outside the beer garden, where it's open, food trucks, carnival rides. Admission is free. Cold beer here inside the beer garden. Come on out all weekend long. They're going to be open right on through Monday. It's Ralston Days at Liberty First Credit Union Arena on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
Yep, it is time for predictions. We start a brand new round. This was the reason why this event was created in the first place, to create our own prop bets for Nebraska football games, and it just kind of expanded from there. But we wrapped up the previous round last week. For the fourth straight time, I am the champion, but that's not the real story because, I mean, that's like saying, hey, the sun came up today.
Oh.
The real story is this. For the first time in predictions history, somebody went 0 for the week.
Oh, my gosh.
Nick went 0 and 12.
No! Oh, I'm the Rockies of predictions.
I had to go over it 4 times.
No!
I'm like, there's no way that is possible. But you missed every prediction.
Holy crap.
Good God, Nick.
That's amazing.
0 and 12.
I'm amazing. Look at me.
That is.
You're welcome. I broke a record.
That is. It's incredible. It's truly,
That's
truly
bonkers, Nick.
incredible.
That is
I've been called
bonkers.
incredible a lot. Thank you, John.
Well, the good news is that we start all brand new. So
With a fun new slideshow,
with
too.
a fun new slideshow created exclusively by Nick. Our first game, big game tomorrow afternoon. Big not noon kickoff because it's not on Fox, and it's also not noon here. It's 11 a.m. But Clemson is plus 12.5 versus the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia is my national championship pick, but I think Clemson can keep it close enough. I'm going to take Clemson and the points. I think Georgia wins, but I will take Clemson and the points.
We agree, John. Give me Clemson.
Well, as your reigning record-breaking predictions champion,
nice.
Give me Georgia.
There's a part of me, John, that thinks that this is going to be the beginning of a year-long debate about how good Georgia actually is, where they just something seems off about them. They're going to win a lot of games. They're going to win the SEC, but something is going to seem off about them.
Also happening at the same time, this is big noon kickoff. Penn State minus 8.5 at West Virginia, Josh.
Give me West Virginia. I know that I penciled in Penn State to make it to the CFP, but so many people are doing that. So many people are picking the Nittany Lions to win this one. I think that the atmosphere is going to be everything that people are saying it will be. Give me the Mountaineers.
I'll take West Virginia.
Man, are we going to make this a clean sweep?
Boring.
I also am going to take West Virginia plus the 8.5. Prop bet in this game. Drew Aller, the starting quarterback for PSU, 215.5 passing yards, over or under?
Give me the under. I think it's a slight under.
I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go slight over on this one, yeah.
Oh, you guys think the Big Ten are going to pass that much?
I think they might have to. Later in the day, Miami. ACC co-favorites, minus 2.5 at the Florida Gators. Man, if Billy Napier is going to get some wins this season, it's got to come somewhere. The wrong team is favored. Chomp. Go Gators, Florida.
Wow, really?
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm going with Miami. I think this is the beginning of a long slog for Mr. Napier before he inevitably gets fired.
They have a cool mascot.
Who has a cool mascot?
Miami.
It's a hurricane. That's not cool. People die in
Wow,
hurricanes.
Nick.
That's a bird.
Oh.
He's a bird. That's not a hurricane.
Oh, you mean the ibis or ibis or whatever the hell they
Ibis,
call it?
yeah, you got it right the first time.
Let's see. Josh, Iowa points. We're back to this prop. We can't leave it. Woo! Iowa's points versus Illinois State.
God,
29.5 over or under.
I don't like that I'm going first here. By the way, last year in the opener, they scored 24 points. 2 years ago in the opener, they scored 7 points. 3 years ago in the opener, I remember they killed Indiana. They scored 34 points. Under.
As an Iowa fan, the sole Iowa fan on this program, give me the under.
No faith. Kirk Ferentz isn't there, so they might open it up.
That'd be awesome.
They might open it up this week. I'm going to take the over. I think they can get to 30. Next up, interesting game. Early afternoon. South Dakota State plus 9.5 against Oklahoma State. We talked about it earlier with K Ford. Nick, who do you like?
Well, Pistol Pete freaks me out. So give me South Dakota State.
Oh,
Man, everyone's on South Dakota State, but yesterday everyone was on North Dakota State, and they covered too. Man, I guess I will go with South Dakota State, but I'm not really feeling good about this one.
I'll take Oklahoma State.
Okay.
I'll take Oklahoma State.
Why do they name all the creepy mascots something?
Wow. Look at this.
Wait a minute. What? Wow. Wow. If you're watching in on the stream, high disrespect for Trev Alberts.
Oh, yeah.
These are not my graphics, by the way.
No.
Notre Dame plus 2.5 versus Texas A&M. Great prime time clash. So, Nick, you made fun of Trev here. What do you like, Notre Dame or Texas A&M?
I like Texas A&M.
John?
Come on, man. You know who my guy is? It's Marcus Freeman.
So, Nick, do you know about
cheer for old Notre Dame?
Nick, do you know about the stat that when Ted Cruz goes to a game involving Texas schools, that team always fails? Do you know about this?
I did not.
I've never heard of
amazing.
He's going to the game tomorrow. He's hanging out with Trev tomorrow. Yet, I'm going to stick with A&M. I like the Aggies in this one. Notre Dame doesn't have an offensive line. It's going to be a tough atmosphere. Give me the Aggies.
Trev and Ted Cruz are besties.
Probably.
I think they talk about Zodiac killer things.
And then we get to the weekend, later in the weekend, Sunday, you got LSU and USC taking on the Trojans, Tigers and Trojans in Vegas. LSU is a 4.5-point favorite. Remember, kids, Lincoln Riley wanted to get out of this game. I know it's taking an awful chance in trusting a fake Cajun, but I am going to go with LSU.
Same.
I think Lincoln Riley's a little pea baby. Give me Brian Kelly.
Wow.
So a clean sweep
for
LSU. We're going to try something new this year.
I like this, John. This is fun.
During college football, something new. So we're picking an upset of the week. It must be a game in which the underdog is at least a 7.5-point dog. All right, so anything 7.5 or above qualifies.
Okay.
You get 1 point if your upset covers. You get 2 points if your upset outright wins the game.
Okay.
So, upset of the week, I'm going to go ahead and copy the one I used today on the Husker Tailgate on KLIN. I'm going to take Stanford plus 8.5 at home against TCU. I'm going with ACC Power, Stanford Cardinal over TCU. Stanford plus 8.5.
I'm going to go with the game we already picked, John. Give me the Mountaineers plus 8.5 at home versus Penn State.
John, I'm going to do yours because I misunderstood what this meant and I didn't have something ready. I'm sorry.
Wait, what did you think it was, Nick?
I thought SU win was...
That's straight up.
Okay, I didn't know
I
that
wondered
was
why you
straight
just
up.
copied and pasted this instead of writing out straight up.
I didn't know straight up was SU. I thought he was talking about a specific school. I thought it was
What
Syracuse.
game did you?
No,
What
I
game
thought
did
it
you
was
think?
Syracuse for some reason.
Yeah, you get 2 points if Syracuse wins, just randomly. Everyone gets 2 points if
I think
Syracuse.
Syracuse are dogs, aren't they?
What?
No, they're not.
They're the
Wow.
orange.
I know.
Amazing.
All right, Husker props. Dylan Raiola, passing touchdowns, over or under 2.5, Josh?
Over.
Well, if the math problem is going to start to work, he's probably going to need to throw a few. I'm going to take the over as well. Raiola's first touchdown pass will be caught by, now we're all taking the over. Now, technically, you could say nobody and win the point. So if he didn't throw a touchdown pass, but who
Could it
will
be somebody in UTEP and they catch it in the end zone?
Wow.
No. It must be a Husker receiver.
Okay.
Who will Dylan Raiola's first touchdown pass be caught by?
Damn it. The librarian. That's my pick too, Nick.
He's on the right.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? I'm going to go with Banks.
Mr. Banks.
Maybe a fade into the end zone.
Oh.
Maybe a fade into the end zone. Banks is my pick. Next up, Nebraska's leading rusher. Will they go over or under 51 and a half yards rushing? I'm going to take dang it, that's a slight over. A slight over.
Nick?
I want this is a really good line. I want a slide under.
Okay.
Over. 79 yards, leading rusher.
And who will that rusher be, Josh?
I'm going to stick with my guy. Give me Emmett Johnson.
I want Gabe Irvin Jr.
You want Irvin? Okay.
I want Irvin.
I will also go with Emmett Johnson.
Okay.
Will Heinrich touch the ball with Dylan on the field? In other words, will Heinrich Harburg get a play where he has the ball in his hands at some point with Dylan Raiola on the field? So this is not counting if Heinrich comes in as the quarterback in garbage time or, God forbid, some other scenario. Will Heinrich Harburg touch the ball with Dylan Raiola on the field at the same time?
Jimmy Allen hat?
Yeah.
I don't think Mr. HH is going to be a quarterback. I think they're going to put him back into running. So, yes.
Ooh.
That was a long way to say. Oh, sorry, John.
No, go ahead, Josh.
I was just going to say it's a long way to say yes, but I agree with Nick.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm going to say no. And finally, it is time for our picks. Who wins the game and what will the score be tomorrow? Nebraska is a 27.5-point favorite. 49.5 is the total versus UTEP. Lines on FanDuel.com/1620. I like this number. I think this number is very, very close. I'm going to go with Nebraska 41, UTEP 13.
Well, you see my score there. So we're kind of in the same boat. I'm going to say UTEP tacks on a late score. So Nebraska doesn't cover. The over fairly easily hits, though. It already hits by the time UTEP adds that late score. Like Nebraska's offense to score 40 points for the first time in years. For the first time since the Northwestern game in 2021, 40-20 Nebraska.
Well, once again, I continue to be not only correct, but the most optimistic about Nebraska football.
What are you talking about? You just picked them to go 6-6.
I'm picking 42-7 Nebraska.
Nice.
And there it is. There's predictions for this week. We'll come back. We'll wrap things up from Ralston Days and get you ready for the weekend. You have all made it, friends.
We did it.
The rest of the way, it's nothing but football.
Thank God.
Until Tuesday.
Yes.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, I'm looking ahead to, looks like the Labor Day. Looks like we're going to have some ribs.
Oh,
Ooh. Busy smoking some ribs later this weekend.
Rib boy.
Yeah.
I know we're doing steaks on Sunday night.
You're not doing Jersey Mike's?
Cannot believe, again, you make that joke after you found out the reason why they wanted that for lunch. You absolute monster. You absolute monster.
They wanted to try something authentically New Jersey in Chicago.
Unreal. Tonight, I don't know. We're going somewhere. I don't remember the name of it, though. I'm very excited, though.
Yum. I don't know about
Yum. I have no idea what it is.
I don't know about this weekend yet because we're going to be traveling because Paige is running a 6-hour ultra
Let's
marathon.
go, Paige.
Please clap for my girlfriend. She's awesome.
Good luck.
But tonight, her mom is actually visiting, and she's making lasagna. So whenever I get out of work, I'll have lasagna to look forward to.
Hey, by the way, speaking of Nick having a girlfriend, we got a text earlier. I believe this was from Yippee that says, "Oh, Nick has a girlfriend. I had no clue. Thanks for letting us know." And it
I have a
absolutely,
girlfriend. Nobody
absolutely floored me.
That's incredible. Well, I hope we didn't forget anything today because we had a lot packed into these 4 hours.
It was a very dense Grum.
Well, Josh, have fun.
Thank you.
Won't see him, but if Lisa Byington makes any mistakes, it's Josh's fault.
Hard to argue with that.
On the Northwestern broadcast.
Hard to argue with that.
We'll all be back together on Tuesday. And don't forget, Big Red Overreaction right after the game. Severe Reaction with Michael Severe. Sunday morning at 8. Come on out to Liberty First Credit Union Arena for Ralston Days.
Bye.